A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. You know, a funny thing happened in our neighborhood store the other day. You see, the dealer was... Well, listen, here's what I heard when I stepped into the store.
Now, listen, Mr. Wilson, what do you know about washing clothes?
But, Mrs. Smith, I'm only telling you what this new Does can do.
And I say, who ever heard of washing dirty work shirts and rayon slips with the same granulated soap?
But that's the whole idea of Does. It's a new kind of granulated soap, and it does all 3 kinds of wash.
You mean I can use Does for my rayons and fussy-colored washables?
That's right. Does is safer for those nice colors than any other leading granulated wash-day soap.
And yet it'll get dirty work shirts clean and towels white?
Absolutely. Why, you've never seen whiter washes than Does gives you. Actual tests prove that Does gets clothes whiter, far whiter than any number of other soaps.
Well, remember, I don't want to do any hard scrubbing.
Lady, you don't have to. Why, no soap made gets clothes white easier than new Does.
Well, I still don't understand how any granulated soap can do so much.
Say, pardon me, but maybe I can help this lady right about Does.
Oh, who are you?
Well, I'm the announcer on the Does radio program.
Oh?
You see, Does is a brand new kind of granulated soap, not just a new improvement of an old soap. Sure. You've never before been able to buy a soap quite like Does. In fact, you can tell the difference in Does right in the sun.
How?
Why, if you've been using any of the 4 other leading granulated laundry soaps in your machine, you'll find Does makes more suds that build up faster, and last twice as long.
Well, this Does sounds like it has everything.
It has, and does everything in the wash, too. Just try it. Ask for the big red and white box with the name D-U-Z, Does. And now, the Goldbergs. Well, for a week now, Rosie Goldberg has been falling. A great plunge from childhood into young womanhood. And below is the face and form of Walter Jerome. Walter's a young man staying with Dr. Cator. He's become Sammy's friend, and Rosie, well, Rosie's carrying on, to say the least. Right now, she's talking on the phone to Walter, and Jake is beginning to time the conversation and find strange meanings in it, too. Meanings he doesn't like at all.
Rosalie, Papa said it was enough.
Oh, Mom, just a minute.
Papa's getting nervous.
Why?
Papa wants to sit on the table for tea. It's in love with the conversation on the telephone.
Oh, Rosalie.
All right.
Hello? No, we just getting a minute. Yes.
Make it very short already.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Maybe somebody wants to call Papa, Rosie.
Oh.
Do the ha-ha.
So, do you think so?
Jay?
Jake. Rosie is still talking on the telephone?
Oh, so let her talk, dear darling. So let her talk. It's not long distance.
And if it's short distance? Where does all the conversation come from on such a short acquaintance?
Oh, so let them talk, Jake, dear. But what is the difference? Long acquaintance, short acquaintance. The telephone rang, so she went to the telephone. And then it's for her, so she's talking on the telephone, Jake, dear. What's the difference? Long or short acquaintance? Acquaintance. If it's disturbing you, so I'll close the door.
You didn't hear me use the word disturb, did you?
No, I didn't hear you use the word disturb. I didn't hear it. Oh.
Aye. Would a cup of tea be of great effort?
Why should it be for me, for you?
Merely a question.
Oh, answering the question, it's not an effort, it's a pleasure.
Molly, will you please tell her it's enough already?
Rosalie, it's time to hang, no?
It's time that you hung already.
She will in a minute, she said. She will in a minute. Sit down. Relax yourself. I'll serve you tea. Cream or lemon, Jake?
Why cream when you know I always use the lemon?
I thought maybe today you'll be vice versa.
What was that you said?
I didn't hear.
Why didn't you hear when I heard?
something about the family.
Why don't you have to mention
What
the
did she say, Bert? What did she say? Don't you think we're a nice family?
You see how you did here?
So what was it if I heard? So what was it if I heard? I said I didn't heard because I didn't want to think I heard. Well, I thought for the minute I didn't heard. So if I did heard, I heard it was a passing remark.
Why mention family on such a short acquaintance?
Friendship.
Molly.
Please, don't start with the Molly. Don't start with the Molly, please. If Rosalie didn't get telephone calls, so it would also be Molly. So somebody, a nice young man, a gentleman, saying you saw the gentleman was introduced to you by Dr. Cader, a senior and junior. He comes with a reputation, with a background, a wonderful young man. So his telephone, he called, he said, hello. So I said, what? So what? Said, I'll fill you.
Fill yourself, too. Alone, I won't drink. Rosie, turn off.
Please, let the child talk.
If she has so much to talk about, let her invite him here, and we'll all talk.
Very well, then. Rosalie invites Walter here.
Don't take me literally, Molly,
I didn't
please.
take you literally, Xavier, but you said I should tell him to come. Are you still on the phone, Rosalie? Yes, Mom.
Molly, I see the writing on the wall, Molly.
Hello, Walter?
Look out, Sporty.
Yes. Yes. Well, if you would like to come over and have dinner with us sometime.
Sporty, lay down.
Well, anytime. Anytime to talk. Would you like to talk to Rosalie? Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Here, don't make it long. Let's make it shorter. It's enough again. Enough, Rosalie, please.
I just had come over and have dinner with us in a casualty way, Dick.
I don't care which way you said it, Molly. It shouldn't have been said.
Why, Dick?
I don't have to encourage. What I know should be discouraged.
Yes, it is. Why should it be discouraged, Dick? Why? What? Who came in? Oh, family came in already. You come in here, family. I'm still in top. I'll spill you too.
Who's Rosie talking to, Ma? Walter?
Yes.
He must be quite a conversationalist.
He's a gentleman with very good manners. You don't think he'd hang up on her?
Molly, will you go in there and put a period on the conversation?
I'll give family his tea. Rosie.
Oh, leave her alone, Ma.
Take sugar.
No, I don't want any tea, Ma.
Didn't you just say?
No, I didn't say. You said, Ma.
Oh.
What's the giggling about?
Dick, please. Bob, you're making me nervous, Dick, please.
I am making you nervous?
Yes, you're making me nervous. Now, do you want to use the telephone, Greg? You're expecting an important call from New York, long distance or short distance. You're expecting the mill to call you. Say so. Go into Rosie, so you expect to call you very sorry in 2 hands. Here, take the key, bring the key. I'll close the door for you. Just right out. I'll bring the key upstairs in the room. The silent telephone. But what is wrong with the telephone? Rosie, it's enough already. I'm getting awful nervous already.
Why? Why, don't let this thing go too far.
What do you mean by far? Why?
She's only a kid, Pa. She's pretty and very nice to talk to, and she looks grown up, but she's only a baby yet. Every nice-looking boy that comes along gives her a chance to get a new crush. And one of these days it's going to be serious.
It's human nature, Sammy.
I know, Pa, but after all, Walter's only here for a while. All his interests are back in New York. He's got a career ahead of him. Well, Rosie's a baby.
But she has her own mind.
Yeah, but we don't have to encourage it.
I don't want to encourage it.
Discourage it, Pa.
I intend to.
It's the best thing to do. After all, Walter isn't just anybody. He's somebody without any background or connection. He has a family.
I realize that.
And a mother.
So?
Well, Pa, there are all kinds of mothers.
That I know, too.
And Walter's mother is a very special kind. She's made a great success of her life. She started the business. She built it up. She's on the top now, and she's a perfectionist. She wants everything about her to be perfect, the best of its kind. And that includes her son. That's why Walter is here in Glastonbury.
Why is he here in Glastonbury?
You know, it's a peculiar thing. I mean, Walter was doing just what his mother wanted all along. He went to the best schools. He was a top man and everything. And then one day, Walter realized that he wasn't living his life, but the life his mother wanted him to live. The minute that happened, his mother started bringing all kinds of pressure on him. Walter resisted. Things got pretty bad. And if it hadn't been for Christopher Cato, who got Walter to come up here, nobody knows what might have happened.
And how does that affect us?
I don't want Rosie falling into that situation because she's a romantic kid, Tom.
I don't want her falling into that situation for any reason. She is that child.
Yeah, but she thinks she isn't.
So we'll change her thinking.
All right, she's saying goodbye nearly already.
It's time, no? Sammy, I want you to tell Mama what you told me.
What, Sammy?
There's nothing to tell.
Exactly how you told it to me, tell it to Mama.
I just said...
You can listen, Marley and Loin.
Yes. So what is it?
No. Go on. Speak. This is long time the kids are learning the chicken. Listen with an open mind, Molly.
No, I'm listening.
Oh, Ma.
So what do you want to say?
Mama, Johnny, what can I do to help?
Family what?
Not now, Ma.
Mama, Johnny, I love you.
All right, darling. Go ahead, I believe you.
Mama, Johnny, can you think I can still wear my blue formal?
Your formal?
Uh-huh.
For what?
The school dance?
I'm not taking you.
You don't have to.
No?
No. Walter asked too.
No, I asked him.
And Rosie's happy and lovely face smiles into the faces of her family. It seemed natural and easy for her to invite a boy whom she liked, whom she's learning to like very much. Her head is way up in the clouds. But below the cloud bank is Jake. And near Jake is Sammy. And they're not happy about it at all. Now, just between you and me and your dish pan, are you using a halfway soap for dishes? You are if it's a bar soap because it doesn't have real speed. Or if it's a tough granulated soap, it keeps you on safety for your hands. Well, don't put up with such halfway soap. Change to New Does today. Just this new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash really has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Wait till you see how beautifully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Why, no other leading granulated wash day soap treats your hands with such extra kindness. Yet, you've never used a soap that gets dishes clean faster than Does. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Yes, you can see the difference in Does right in the sun. It has everything for dishes. So, do them with Does today. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Next time, Rosie's excitement proceeds to grow rapidly, and Jake's anxiety increases twice as fast. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Chris Flake's program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our special guest this evening, Deanna Durbin. Ladies, are there by any chance icebox raiders in your home? Or don't I have to ask, because aren't we all? Well, fellow icebox raiders, just remember this. Hands off any in-between meal snacks of meat or cheese these ration days. Instead, help yourself to a tempting bowl full of grape nuts, flakes, and milk. Grape nuts flakes are not rationed, and they're always one swell treat to eat. It's the distinctive malty-rich grape nuts flavor turned out in crisp, toasty brown flake form. And you'll find grape nuts flakes just as grand tasting at mid-afternoon or midnight as they are for breakfast. So now, a wise word to you homemakers. If you'd saved on ration foods all around the clock, always plan to have on hand several of those big 12-ounce economy-size packages of thrifty, appetizing grape nuts flakes. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time this season, we bring you a man who for the past 35 weeks has either entertained or bored you with his comedy. A man whom many of you will hate to see leave the air, and an equal number will jump for joy.
I don't know why you should be nervous on the last program. I can imagine the first one, yes. Go ahead, Don.
Well, so here he is, folks. A man the whole world is anxious to hear, but on the other hand...
Never mind, Jack Benny, applause. Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny, who thrills or nauseates you, as the case may be, talking. And just think, Don, this is the last time this season you'll be putting your sweet, lovable boss on the pan.
Oh, that's right, Jack. Time certainly flies.
It sure does. What a season we've had. 27,000 miles of travel, playing camps from San Diego to Bangor, Maine. Gosh, Don, I'm so exhausted I can hardly stand up.
You look fine, Jack. You seem to be standing there very firm and upright.
That's the microphone, Don. I'm the wreck that's hanging on to it. I tell you, Don, if I didn't have starch in my underwear, I'd fall right over. What a season.
Well, Jack, we younger members of the cast feel the strain, too.
Wait a minute, Don. What do you mean, you younger members of the cast? I'm not much older than you are.
Oh, you must be, Jack, because I remember when I was just a child in Denver. My mother used to take me to the Orpheum Theater to see you.
Well, Don, that doesn't prove anything. When I started out in vaudeville, I was just a baby. I was a child prodigy.
But you walked out on the stage wearing a tuxedo.
I don't care. There were diapers underneath. And that flask on my hip had a nipple on it. But getting back to our programs this year, Don, we sure have covered a lot of territory. Chicago, Baltimore, New York, Montreal.
Oh, speaking of Montreal, Jack, didn't you borrow $5 from me during our visit there?
Then Ottawa, Toronto, and back to Chicago.
I said, didn't you borrow $5 from me during our visit to Montreal?
Then Camp Custer, Michigan, and finally home again. What a trip.
I said, didn't you borrow $5 from me in Canada?
Yes, and as soon as I get some Canadian money, I'll pay you back. Oh, hello, Mary. Am I glad to see you?
Hello. Say, Jack, what are you yelling at Don for?
Well, in the first place, I didn't like the introduction he gave me. Let me ask you something, Mary. Do I bore people?
Certainly. Who said you didn't?
Nobody said I didn't. He said I did.
Oh. Say, Jack, I bet you're glad we're going off the air tonight. You really look worn out.
I am tired, Mary. Radio is a pretty tough grind.
Well, it's tough for all of us.
That is tougher on me. You don't have to come in till noon on Sundays, but I got to be here at 8 a.m. when the orchestra boys rehearse.
Well, it's your own fault. Why don't you let somebody else sell them coffee and donuts?
Because it's my concession and I can't get a guy to run it. By the way, Mary, after the show, I'll sell you a dozen donuts at a sacrifice. A lot of Phil's boys had hangovers this morning, and all they wanted was coffee. Thank goodness next Sunday I can sleep.
Oh, by the way, Jack, what are you planning on doing this summer?
Well, Don, my doctor advised me to go away for a while where it's quiet and peaceful.
Say, Jack, why don't you go to my uncle's sanitarium?
Oh, has your uncle got a sanitarium?
Yes, it's called Dr. Livingston's Rest Home for jitterbugs who can't quit dancing after the music stops.
I must tell my cousin Boo Boo about that. But I have other plans for the summer, Mary. I'm going to the Low Sierras.
Pardon me, Jack, you mean High Sierras.
I'm going to the Low Sierras.
For heaven's sake, Jack, high means altitude, not Christ.
Oh. Then I'll go to the High Sierras. The altitude will be good for me, you know.
Say, Mr. Benny, this being our last program...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh. Say, Mr. Benny, this being our last program...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I'm doing as well as can be expected.
What do you mean?
Well, who expects anything of me?
Oh, that's right. Now, what did you want, Dennis?
Well, this being our last program, I thought I'd ask you for the $10 you owe me.
What $10?
The $10 you borrowed from me in Boston. Do you want to pay it?
Well...
You'll have to wait till he gets some Massachusetts money.
You'll have to wait till I remember I borrowed it. Now, Dennis, when did I ask you for that $10?
Don't you remember you wanted to buy a wallet to keep your money in?
Yes.
So I gave you $2 for a wallet and $8 to put in it?
Oh, that's right. I'll give you the 10 later, kid. And now, Dennis, this being the last program of the season. Gee, the last program. Next week, I'll just be walking past the bank. Oh, well.
You can still wave to the president. He's always sitting out in front of the bank in a rocking chair.
Yeah, he used to own a store in Brooklyn. But no kidding, it doesn't seem possible that this is our last show. It is, though. Yes, sir, it's aloha and goodbye. All right, Don. Aloha and goodbye.
Oh, Jack, not on our last broadcast.
Don, aloha and goodbye.
But this one is so obvious, the child could figure it out.
Don, read what I wrote. Now go ahead. First, aloha.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're at your grocer's, why not buy a package of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes? You'll find the price is not a ha-ha or even a medium aha. In fact, it is very aloha.
Okay, that's aloha. Now, goodbye.
Oh, Jack.
Don, goodbye.
Oh, very well.
Very well.
Grape nuts flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package is an excellent value.
Don, it's a goodbye.
It's a marvelous investment.
Don, it's a goodbye.
It's an intelligent purchase.
Don, goodbye.
All right, so long.
Don, come back here. We had to walk out. Now our listeners will never know what I was driving at. Oh, well, sing, Dennis. With Everything That's Beautiful, sung by Dennis Day, who rhymes with work, shirt, and clerk. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Mr. Benny, I just thought of something.
What is it?
How come we're going off the air tonight and Fred Allen is staying on the radio for 4 more weeks?
Well, I think I can explain that to you, kid. You see, Fred Allen's sponsor figures that Allen ought to stay on the air until he gets a laugh. And he's got 4 more weeks to prove that he's a comedian. And I've got a hunch that on the last show his pants will come down. There'll be a sign on his underwear saying, "Smile, darn you, smile." I hope that answers your question, kid.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Quit panning Fred Allen. If you ask me, I think he's the funniest guy on the air.
Do I hear a voice from the cornfield?
What was that you just said, Phil? I said that Fred Allen's the funniest guy on the air.
Oh, yeah?
And he's a great ad-libber. Many a time I've seen him stand up on the stage and reel off gags without no script.
Without no script, huh? Phil, let me ask you something. When you noticed Allen standing there without any script, did you also notice that he kept his right hand in his coat pocket?
So what?
He's got a joke book there that's printed in Braille. You ever put heavy gloves on that guy, he couldn't open his mouth. Ad-lib comedian. Let me tell you something. There are very few of us left.
Oh, I suppose you're an ad-lib comedian.
Yes, I am.
Go on. You stubbed your toe yesterday, and your writers had to cue you to say ouch.
Ouch has been overdone. I said, gosh ding it. Well, so much for Allen with his baggy eyes. Allen's face looks like a baby kangaroo peeking out of a side pocket. Now, where were we?
Don't forget the special poem I wrote for our last broadcast.
Oh, yes. Let's get that over with, too. What's the title of your poem, Mary?
Aloha and goodbye.
You stole that from me. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead. Don't be nervous. Just read the poem. Go ahead. Go ahead, kid. Read it, kid.
I say...
All right, go ahead.
I say aloha and goodbye. I feel so sad that I could cry. We surely hate our show to close, but when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Nice rhyming there.
We have traveled near and far. We've traveled by plane. We've traveled by car. And I guess that you have heard, we have even traveled by bird.
By bird?
We took the Lark to San Francisco.
That's a train. Go ahead. It's a train. Go ahead. Yeah, please.
We've been in the desert where the heat was so great that it melted the teeth out of Jack's upper place.
That I don't remember.
We've been in Toronto where it was 20 below, and Jack lost his lowers in a street full of snow.
Oh, so much for my mouth. Is that all?
No, there's one more verse.
Oh, one more.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We'll be back again next fall when the frost is on the pumpkin. We hope that we will please you all, and our program won't be stunk in the air.
Thank you very much.
Well, Deanna, I'm awfully glad you dropped in on us tonight. Gosh, I haven't seen you since you were a little girl working on Eddie Cantor's program.
That was quite a while ago.
Yes, it was. See, remember how I used to drop in at rehearsal once in a while and hold you on my knees?
Don't try it now.
Oh, I won't. And here you are on my program. Deanna, do you like working with me as well as you did with Eddie Cantor?
Oh, yes, Jack. Of course, you're much younger than I expected.
I just love this girl. What was that? What was that you said, Deanna?
I said you're much younger than I expected.
Well,
You must have expected Trader Horn.
oh, be quiet. Oh, by the way, Deanna, you know the members of our cast, don't you? Mary, Phil.
Sure, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Hiya, Diana.
That's Deanna. He never gets the name right. Look at that. And this is Faye, our singer. Say hello to Miss Durbin, Dennis.
Hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Dennis, say something. Get going.
Will you marry me, Miss Durbin?
Not so fast. Don't mind him, Deanna.
Well, Dennis, that was awfully sweet of you, and I appreciate it very much, but I'm already married.
Gosh, I meet the only girl in the world for me, and she's already the only girl in the world for her husband. I worry about things like that.
Oh, Dennis, for heaven's sake, you'll get another girl.
Not me. I'm going to take poison.
All right. By the way, Deanna, You may not be aware of this, but I nearly played opposite you in your latest picture, Hers to Hold. They were thinking of using me for your leading man.
Well, that's Hollywood for you.
No kidding, Deanna. I really was going to be in the picture, but they picked Joseph Cotton for the part.
Well, someone's got to pick that cotton.
Mary. Cut that out. Well, Deanna, we're all anxious to hear you, well, Sulky Pants is back. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Say, how about introducing me to Miss Durbin?
Not until you say what I told you to.
All right. Drink nut flakes are a good buy. Glad to know you, Miss Durbin.
There. That's that. Now, Don, stop pouting. Pull in those liver lips that are hanging way out over the audience. And now, Deanna.
Well, liver is hard to get nowadays.
Now, Deanna, we're all ready and anxious to hear your song, so... Oh, John, that's probably Rochester calling about the party.
What party?
You know what party. I'm giving a farewell dinner for my whole gang and several big movie stars. Gary Cooper, Robert Taylor, Barbara Stanwyck, Claudette Colbert, Rodney Dangerfield, and Stella Buggenhaven.
Who are those last two?
You never heard of Rodney Dangerfield and Stella Buggenhaven? Didn't you see Pangs of Passion for Adults Only? Go to the movies once in a while, sister. I'm coming. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, how are the arrangements for the party coming along?
Fine, boss. The butcher just delivered the meat, and we got lucky hamburgers.
What do you mean, lucky hamburger?
I found a horseshoe in it.
That meat's for Carmichael. For the party tonight, I want you to fry that chicken that's in the refrigerator. It looks very tender.
Oh, it was.
You mean to say you ate that whole chicken?
All but one wing. That got away from me.
Well, then we'll have to serve the hamburger. By the way, Rochester, what about our guests tonight? Have any of the movie stars arrived yet?
Well, Mr. Taylor and Miss Stanwyck called and said they wouldn't be able to come on account of a headache.
They have one headache between them?
Uh-huh. And Mr. and Mrs. Gary Cooper called, and they were very anxious to find out who you were.
Oh, I see.
Then Miss Claudette Colbert phoned, and she wanted to know if headache had been used yet.
I see. So none of the movie stars are coming, eh?
Oh, yes. Mr. Dangerfield and Miss Buggenhaven have been here since noon.
What?
They're country folks, boss. To them, dinner is 12 o'clock.
Well, tell them to make themselves at home. See you in a little while, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
How did those donuts I made go over with the orchestra boys today?
Not very good, Rochester. The holes were a little too big. In fact, Frankie, Phil's guitar player, is wearing one around his head to keep his derby from slipping down.
I see. Well, it's the last show, boss. You can have the last gag. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, folks, Miss Deanna Durbin from her Universal picture, Hers to Hold, will present for the first time on the air, Say a Prayer for the Boys Over There, written by Jimmy McHugh and Herb Magnuson. Go ahead, Deanna.
is something more we all can do that will help to bring our loved ones safely through. Say a prayer for the boys over there when they play the Star-Spangled Banner. Picture them by the dawn's early light and ask the Lord to watch over them each
beautiful song, and especially on this occasion. Not long ago, folks, we looked upon Memorial Day as a day of painful memories from which time had removed the pain and left only beauty. But this Memorial Day is different. Today, Valley Forge and Bull Run and Gettysburg and Chateau Theory come marching out of the past, and we see them clearly again. Because marching at their side are the men of Bataan and Pearl Harbor and Corregidor and Wake. Someday, time will erase the pain of the memory of Bataan and Pearl Harbor, as it once erased the pain of Verdun. But tonight, the gold stars are too new and bright, the wounds in our hearts too fresh, and the pain too sharp to forget. And thus, Memorial Day becomes more than a roll call of our honored dead, and a roll call more of the living. And the living must step forth to answer, and they must say, all these men from 1776 to 1943, they died for me. So let me work, and let me buy the bond, and let me, with the helping hand of God, make the sacrifice that tells the soul of each one of these men, you did not die in vain.
You might say our government nutrition program, the Basic 7, is our springboard to good health. For the Basic 7, the 7 different groups of foods our government urges us to eat every day, was created to ensure a better fed and hence more efficient America. And the Basic 7 is a program that's as simple and workable as it is wise. For instance, one Basic 7 food that's plentiful, thrifty, and not rationed is whole grain cereal. And that spells crisp, toasty brown grape nut flakes, or whole grain Basic 7 cereal. Now, milk and fruit are also Basic 7 foods. So when you serve malty-rich grape nut flakes with milk and luscious fruit, You're getting free food from your daily Basic 7 in one nourishing, grand-tasting dish. So help yourself to better health. Do as Uncle Sam asked, live by the Basic 7.
And so we come to the end of the last program in this Grape Nuts Flake series, and we'll be with you again next fall. I want to thank Deanna Durbin for her gracious appearance here tonight. Also, my appreciation to our listeners for the many years of sharing our program with us. Thanks to my cast and my writers, Bill Morrow and Ed Baloin. Happy summer to everybody. Good night, folks.
Next Sunday, June 6th, the half-hour drama Those We Love moves into the Jack Benny time for the summer. You'll enjoy Those We Love, for it's an exciting romantic story about the sort of folks who might be your next-door neighbors. Make a note on your calendar and don't miss Those We Love next Sunday night at this same time. Hey, Bob, Jack.
Replacing the program originally scheduled for this time, the National Broadcasting Company now presents a special broadcast by Jack Benny from somewhere in Egypt. We take you now to Cairo.
Transport speaking from an American supply base near Cairo, Egypt. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and to our American audience, it may be a strange time for a show. But here it is the most comfortable time of a working day of almost unbearable heat. Regardless of the heat, supplies must get to our fighting front. Tanks and guns must be repaired, and the men of the service of supply are dedicated to this job. This morning, these men are being entertained by the greatest aggregation of stores ever to be sent to the Middle East by USO camp shows. Here comes a GI greeting to Winnie Shaw, Anna Lee, Larry Adler, and Jack Benny.
As many of you know, the main coin of Egypt is called the piastre. The piastre is worth 4 cents.
That's right.
So tonight we bring you the only man in Cairo who can get plastered on 2 piastres, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking from Cairo, Egypt, which is the main oasis between Tel Aviv and Waukegan. Imagine, folks, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here and 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon in Los Angeles. I'm just going to bed, and Phil Harris isn't even up yet. And Fred, you're wrong about your introduction. I didn't get plastered on 2 piastres or even 4 piastres.
Then what were you doing on the banks of the Nile last night, stabbing yourself in the chest with a snake?
Well, look at the publicity it got for Cleopatra. I gotta keep my name going, kid. You know.
But good heavens, man. Cleopatra died as a result of doing that.
I know, Fred, but I wasn't worried about that. You see, the snake I grabbed hold of looked up at me and said, "It won't do you any good, buddy. I'm from Palm Springs, and I'm here on a vacation." But, Fred, this trip to me is really amazing. I can't believe I'm in ancient Egypt.
Oh, this is a great place, all right.
Tell me, Jack, did you pick up any souvenirs to take home?
Souvenirs? No, I didn't, Fred. A British soldier tried to sell me a souvenir, but I didn't feel like buying it.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. What can I do with an Italian general? I mean, airmail at 80 cents a pound. And besides, now I know a guy who can get them for me wholesale, But, Fred, look at the souvenir I did get last week. This will knock your eye out. Look.
Let's see that.
Here you are, a genuine Egyptian handbag. I bought it for Mary.
Egyptian? Why, Jack, this handbag comes from the United States.
What?
Look. Here it is right here. It says, made in Minneapolis.
Minneapolis? Well, I'll be darn these glasses. I thought it said Heliopolis. Oh, well, another day, another fiasco. But, Fred, I really had a great time here in Egypt. I've seen the pyramids and the Sphinx and the Nile. Gosh, imagine seeing the Nile River. I can't believe it.
Jack, there's an old saying about that river. He who drinks of the waters of the Nile will return again.
I know, Fred, I know. I took a drink of it last night, and I returned a little sooner than I expected. But I certainly did enjoy the pyramid.
Well, while you were there, Jack, did you visit the tomb of King Tut?
King Tut? No, I didn't bother with that. He's so corny now, Well, that's for Fred Allen, Oh, by the way, Allen wanted to make a trip overseas, but he was examined by an Army doctor, and they wouldn't let him go. They just put his picture on the bulletin board of every camp, and right under it they wrote, "Don't let this happen to America," Thank you, fellas. Heaven bless you for that. Thank you. Anyway, we were talking about the pyramids, weren't we, Fred?
Yes,
I wish your first name wasn't Fred. I hate that.
Incidentally, Jack, did anyone ever tell you how long it took to build one of those pyramids?
No, Fred. How long did it take?
Well, history tells us that it took 100,000 workmen 30 years to construct one pyramid. Imagine 30 years.
30 years? Gosh, Henry Kaiser would throw a fit. But, Fred, I was even more impressed by the Sphinx. Larry Adler and I had a picture taken in front of the Sphinx playing a duet. Larry with his harmonica and I with my violin.
You did? Well, that must have been interesting.
Oh, it was. But, Fred, let me ask you something. Confidentially. An ancient goddess like the Sphinx wouldn't know a word like phooey, would it?
But, no, of course not.
I guess it must have been the wind, I guess. I was worried there for a minute. Oh, hello, Larry.
Saida, Jack, Saida.
Oh, Fred, this is Larry Adler, the world's greatest harmonica player. We're making this camp tour together.
Saida, Larry.
Hey, what's this Saida?
That means your laundry won't be back for 3 days.
Oh.
Oh, no, fellas. Saida is the Arabic word for good day.
Oh, yes, of course. Saida, good day.
You mean like, did you have a Saida at the races?
Yes, and I know the answer to that in Arabic, brother. Shihao by Eid Limihata. That means where's the nearest hot shop? Larry, you ought to stick with me all the time we're in Egypt. I can be of great help because I speak their language fluently. You do, eh? Oh, definitely. I know a lot of words like mafi, bakshi. Oh, really? Tarbouche, fuller bruche. Oh, a lot of them. For instance, Larry, and keep this under your fez. If you want to get somewhere with a pretty girl here, you call her over and say, "Ma fiche, tut." It never fails,
As a matter of fact, Jack, ma fiche is the one word that makes me homesick for the States. Remember Rudy Valley when he used to sing it every week? Ma fiche is your face, your fiche is my fiche.
Yeah. He can sing in any language. Oh, wait, Larry, where are you living here in town?
Oh, I'm at Shepherd's Hotel.
Oh.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to read E. Phillips Oppenheim. I was fascinated by those beautiful women, the millionaire bankers, and the royalty you'd meet on the terrace of Shepherd's Hotel. I had to see that for myself.
Oh, of course. The Battle of the Terrace. Of course.
You never can tell who wins. Jack, where are you living?
Me? Well, I wanted to get to know the people of Egypt, you see. Well, you know, I wanted to be in their atmosphere, so I'm living at the Abdullah Abu Mustafa Ben Hassan Aeroport. I wanted to live the life of an Egyptian, observe their customs, eat their food, wear their clothes. I returned them, of course, you know. Well, so much for life at the Abdullah.
Well, Jack, I've enjoyed this talk with you very much, but don't you think it's about time I played a number?
Oh, yeah. What are you going to play, Larry?
Well, I was thinking of Begin the Begin.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, don't stand there. Do something. All right, boys. Let's go. Begin the Begin, played by Larry Adler and accompanied in a grand manner by the Sky Blazers under the direction of Major Hittenmark. Any resemblance between the Sky Blazers and Phil Harris's orchestra is their own fault. And now, folks...
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. Phil Harris has done a lot for you. Where would you be without him?
Where would I be without him? Look where I went to escape him. And now, folks, see, where was I?
You were nowing the folks.
Oh, yes, I know. The commercial. And now, folks, a message from our sponsor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Do you wake up in the morning feeling like a pyramid? You do? Well, then why couldn't you have one?
Yes, go to your nearest bricklayer and say, I want a pyramid. His answer should prove extremely interesting.
A small down payment now, and the pyramid is yours. Pay the rest in 2,000 years.
Remember, folks, buy Pincus's Pyramid. It makes all other pyramids. It makes all other pyramids look alike. Buy your pyramid from Pincus. Your pyramid from Pincus. Thank you, Fred. And now, fellas, we have with us one of our most glamorous and beautiful stars of Hollywood, who is also making this tour with us, Miss Anna Lee.
Thanks, fellas. Thank you very much.
Saida, babe. Saida. By the way, Anna, how do you like the tour so far? You been having fun?
Oh, Jack, it's been wonderful entertaining our troops. The boys have been grand to me. And such gentlemen.
Really?
You know, Jack, I don't think we needed you along as a chaperone after all.
Well, I didn't come along as a chaperone. I came to be your leading man in our show.
But, Jack, remember, the plans were changed. The boys didn't want to see Life with Father.
That's not the point. Anyway, Larry, I don't see why you should have all the love scenes to Anna. Anna, I don't see why you should have all the love scenes with Larry. Don't I know how to kiss, too?
Jack, that you'll never know until you've taken up the mouth organ.
What are you talking about? Your last leading man was Paul Muni. If he played a harmonica, it was smothered in his beard.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't start panning Paul Muni. After all, who else could play Zola?
Vincent Lopez. Don't you ever read Downbeat? Anyway, Anna, now take that picture you made with Ronald Colman, My Life with Caroline. There's no reason why I couldn't have played that part, is there?
Well, I don't know, Jack. You see, Ronald Colman wore a little mustache, which gave the role a certain distinction.
Well, there's no reason why I couldn't have worn a mustache. I could have grown one as easily as not.
Yes, but, Jack, this particular part also called for a slight British accent. It was very important to the story.
Well, I could have developed a British accent, a broad A here and a dropped H there. It's very simple.
Well, there was another thing, Jack. The character itself calls for a very, very generous husband. A man who lavished expensive luxuries on his wife. Money was absolutely no object.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to offer...
Another thing, Jack.
All right, Anna. Okay. See you later. For our feature attraction this evening, we are going to offer...
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, hello, Winnie. Winnie Shaw, everybody.
Thank you.
Well, should be been. I know all that stuff. You know, folks, Winnie is the singer with our troupe and one of America's favorites. And she came here prepared to do a number. What's it going to be, Winnie?
Well, if it's all right with you, Jackie, I'd like to sing the number I've been associated with, Lady in Red.
That's swell. Go ahead, Winnie. Let's hear it. Oh, hold it just a second, Winnie. Come in. Yes?
عندي حاجة مسكرة عشان خاطر Jack Benny.
What was that?
He said he had a special delivery for you, Jack.
Oh, well, I'm Jack Benny. Give it to me. The cheese. Pardon me? The cheese. You're welcome. All these fellas are so polite around here.
Jack, bakshish means a tip, a gratuity.
Oh. Mañana, brother, mañana. Well. Hey, fellas, look. A letter from Mary Livingston. Hey, do you mind if I read it, Fred? Gee, I'm so excited. A letter from Mary.
Oh, no, Jack. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Gosh. Wait a minute. Beverly Hills, California, August 12th. Dear Jack, hope you are having a nice trip and enjoying yourself. I received your cable asking me to send you $5 more. I told you before you left home that $20 wasn't enough to take with you on a 3-month tour through Africa. Even with your sideline of American postcards. Your girlfriend Gladys was over yesterday, and she was very happy. The Coast Guard has just voted her the pickup girl of 1943. Several other people called to ask about you. Ann Sheridan, Barbara Stanwyck, Greer Garson, Claudette Colbert, Jean Arthur, and Ann Southern were not among them. No other news as ever, Mary. P.S. If you get to Casablanca, give my love to Humphrey Bogart. Gee, it was nice to get a letter from Mary, no matter what she says. Thanks, doll. Sing, Winnie. I'm going to the bazaar to buy Mary a present. I'll be right back.
Oh, the lady in red, all of you crazy for the lady in red. Is she sexy or waxy? What a personality. Oh, the lady in red, is daisy when the town is in bed. Dancing and dying, shining with originality. She's very proper, nothing more than a pauper. Only and oh my, let's stop her. She'd be a dangerous gal if he should ever meet the right guy or the lady in red. There is a crazy little lady in red. If she's dusty or fussy, what a personality. Very proper, nothing more than a flower. Only and oh my, let's stop her. She should ever meet the right guy or the lady in red. Well, it's crazy for the lady in red. If she's dusty or fussy, what a personality. I mean that lady in red.
And now, folks, we take you to the famous Muskie Bazaar, where Larry Adler is going to prove to Jack Benny that two can be as cheap as one. Helping them in their search for rare bargains is Miss Lily Zulika, who speaks both Arabic and English. We now find them entering one of the bazaars.
Well, here we are, Larry, a real Egyptian bazaar. Did you ever think we'd see anything like this? Amazing, isn't it? Now, Miss Zulika, you stick right with us.
Oh, I will, Mr. Brady. But remember one thing. Do not accept their first price. You've got to bargain with them. Get everything as cheaply as possible.
Cheaply as possible. Don't let me forget that, Larry. Here comes the clerk.
Now remember, Mr. Brady, don't let him overcharge you.
I won't.
السلام عليكم. اهلا وسهلا. انتوا شرفتم السوق. انا مبسوط قوي عشان انتوا معانا.
That's too much. What do you think we are?
What do you think we are, suckers?
None of that stuff.
But, Mr. Brady, he was just bidding you welcome.
Oh.
It's a gypsy courtesy to return the welcome by saying Alaikum Salam.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
Alaikum Salam.
Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't obligate me in any way, does it?
Jack, even in Cairo, hello is on the cuff.
Oh, I don't know what he's talking about. Say, miss, tell the man I'd like to buy something very elaborate in gold filigree, not to cost over 10 piastres.
ممكن يشوف هات الذهب مش يكون زيادة من أسفل.
أنا متأكد إن خاطر مش بيتكلم جد مش كده؟
What did he say?
He said, are you kidding?
Oh, yeah, MC, brother, MC.
Yalla.
Look, miss, tell the man who I am. And also that I'm not going to buy anything unless it comes down from those tourist prices.
Yes, sir. Acá se la sucesión está del Vietnam a la San Hoa de América. Es muy Jack Benny.
Jack Benny? Losing time. Everybody else. MC and double MC. Look, can we get someone here we can speak to?
Yes, I said to the best of the place. Here he comes now. Sayyid Ibrahim Pasha.
Sayyid Zulika. Now, look, mister, we'd like to...
Let me handle this, Jack. Mister, me like 'em, buy 'em, gold filigree. Very, very cheap. Sabby? Very interesting. You're an American Indian, I presume.
Larry, let me talk. I'm going to do the buying. Now, mister, what can I get here that's a real souvenir of Egypt?
Gentlemen, you name it, we've got it. I sell everything here from scarabs to camels.
Oh, say, camels. That's an idea. You know, with the shortage of gasoline and everything, maybe I ought to buy a camel.
Very good, sir. 1 hump for 2.
Oh, is there a difference?
Oh, yes. You see, a 1 hump camel can go 7 days without a drink. A 2 hump camel can go 30 days.
I see. Well, what does he keep in his second hump?
Dry ice.
Oh.
You know, Benny can go without a drink indefinitely.
Yes.
Of course, sooner or later, somebody buys him one.
Larry, then, mister, your advice would be...
Oh, definitely the 2 hump camel. The trade-in value is so much better.
Oh, certainly. That's a very important point to consider. I mean, a man of my position couldn't afford to be seen riding down Hollywood Boulevard on last year's camel. Larry just wouldn't get on one. Tell me, is a camel easy riding?
Mr. Benny, after 7 years in the Mac School, even a Bronco camel would be a pleasure.
I understand. I'll take the 2 hump camel.
Now, where shall I deliver it?
At Shepherd's Hotel, care of Mr. Adler. I'll pick it up in the morning. Well, goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, and thank you very much.
Goodbye, Miss Zulika. Thanks for your trouble.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Come, Larry. Let us away.
Okay, Jack. I think we made a good buy.
Yeah. Gosh, what a colorful street this is. Larry, listen to that. That's real native music. Just what you came over here to get. Hey, let's follow this guy.
Cocktails for 2.
Well, what do you know? Larry, come here. Larry, what kind of a singer is that?
I don't know. Hey, Ismail, what kind of a singer is that?
I don't know. Hey, Abdullah, what kind of a singer is that?
I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Never mind. It's not important. I'll look in the guidebook. My goodness.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we leave the bazaar of ancient, mysterious Egypt. But who knows? Someday we may return. The East is inscrutable. Inshallah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the big news last week was Italy's surrender. Here is a first-hand account of the invasion that preceded the surrender by probably the first American reporter to set foot on enemy Europe. Collier's war correspondent, Frank Gervasi.
Thanks, Jack. But first, before I talk about my work, let's talk a little about yours. I've just returned from a battle, but you've just come back from watching men work who make battles and victories possible. The men who keep the weapons and munitions rolling into Russia.
Yes, Frank, we've just come back from the Persian Gulf. To read about our supplying Russia is one thing. To see our boys unloading ships, loading trucks, and driving them over a nightmare version of the Burma Road in a heat often as high as 170 degrees, well, that's a reality.
Thank you very much, Jack Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to a special broadcast by the one and only Jack Benny, direct from Egypt, where Jack has been entertaining our troops. Jack will be back soon in Hollywood. Others appearing with him today on this unusual broadcast were Larry Adler and his harmonica, Anna Lee of the screen, and Winnie Shaw, the well-known young singer. This broadcast came to you from Cairo, Egypt, and New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliott Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Like most people, Phil and Alice have been eagerly looking forward to their summer vacation. They're anxious to make a fast getaway, but I've got a feeling that something may slow them down. More about that later. First, a word from RCA Victor. You may think you keep a close check on your money, but do you know how much you have in your pocket right now? Don't look, take a guess. Now go ahead and check. How far off were you, 25 or 30 cents? Well, for as little as that every day, you can buy the finest television there is, RCA Victor. You'd never miss the money. New RCA Victor television is priced as low as $199.95. And every RCA Victor has the automatic Magic Monitor, an exclusive circuit system that automatically brings in and holds the finest pictures possible. The Magic Monitor automatically screens out interference, automatically steps up power, and automatically ties the clearest picture to the best sound. Ask your dealer about his particular easy payment plan. How, after a small down payment, it may take only pennies a day to own America's most advanced TV. RCA Victor television with the Magic Monitor. Here's another good reason for owning an RCA Victor. America's only coast-to-coast factory organization for expert installation and maintenance is available exclusively to owners of RCA Victor television. The RCA factory service contract is one more reason why every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other television. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Today, the Harrises start on their summer vacation. They've rented a cabin up in the high Sierras and are going to spend 2 months there. As we look in, they're all packed and are about ready to leave.
Hey, man, I can't wait to get up to them mountains. That rugged life, that's for me. We'll be all alone with nobody near us for miles. We'll have the whole place to ourselves with nothing to do but hunt and fish.
Oh, it sounds exciting to me. I love the idea of that primitive life. Let's see, if I packed everything... I've got my sable wrap, my ermine jacket, and my silver fox stole.
Hold it, Jaza. Alice, you don't need all that fancy stuff.
Well, what are you taking along?
Only the necessities. I'm taking a pair of blue jeans, a pair of boots, an old hat, a pair of socks, and 4 cases of Old Smuggler. That's just for medicinal purposes. In case I get bitten by a snake.
Bill, there aren't any snakes up that high.
I know. That's why I packed one in my suitcase. Small water moccasin, you know, a kid. He won't take up much room. He's kind of cute. Of course, I had his teeth pulled, too. Are the kids' things all packed?
Yes, everybody's things are ready, but, well, all except William's.
Honey, why do you have to take that brother?
Oh, well, he'll be a lot of fun. He'll be a great companion for you. He's an outdoor man, and he just loves the rugged country.
Oh, he's as rugged as a brownie.
Well, sis, I'm ready to go. Here, Philip, here's the things I want you to pack for me.
What do you got there?
All the things I'll need. my woodcraft manual, a 6-bladed Boy Scout knife, pottery baking set, foot warmer, back scratcher, and bow and arrow.
You ain't going to change your underwear, huh?
I packed my clothes separately. This is just my camping and hunting equipment.
Fine hunting equipment, a bow and arrow.
Well, what's wrong with that? A lot of men hunt with arrows.
With suction cups on them?
I just use the suction cups to catch the little animals.
How you catch the big ones? With a plunger? Willie, you sure you know how to hunt?
Oh, I'll prove it to you. We'll go hunting every day. And I guarantee we'll come back every night with a bag full of butterflies.
Ooh, how exciting.
Daddy, Phyllis and I are all packed. Can't we leave soon?
Yes, in fact, we'd better. We got a long drive ahead of us.
Oh, I can't wait to get up to the mountains, Daddy. We'll have a lot of fun. Just you and Mommy and Alice and me and Uncle Willie and Julius.
Julius? Who invited the Barracuda?
Well, I did, Phil. I felt sorry for the boy. He never gets to go away for the summer, and I thought it would do him good.
How come you're taking Julius when you wouldn't let me take Elliott?
Because Julius needs the fresh air and the sunshine. He's anemic.
So is Elliott. That poor kid's blood count has gone down from 90 proof to 70. Got news for you. He was awfully hurt, too, when I told him he couldn't go.
Well, let him be hurt. Every time we go someplace on our vacation, he horns in. Ever since we've been married, he goes along with us whenever we go on a trip. And he acts awful.
That's not so. He behaved very nicely on our honeymoon.
I was surprised he agreed to let me go along.
Well, he didn't want to at first, but I promised him that you wouldn't get in the way.
There's one trip he's not going on, and I made sure of it. I told him we were leaving tomorrow. That's why we're sneaking off today. If I know him, he'll be around here tomorrow morning with his bags, invited or not.
Oh, Alice, how can you be so cruel to Elliott? I told him he couldn't go on the trip. He said he didn't mind, except it would mean going through a whole summer without hearing you sing. And he said he'd miss your glorious voice.
Well, I wouldn't want him to miss it.
Then he can go with us?
No, I'll make a record and mail it to him. Turn the machine on.
For a minute, I thought it was going to work.
We ain't got a barrel of money. Maybe we're ragged and funny, but we'll travel along singing a song side by side. Don't know what's coming tomorrow. Maybe it's trouble and sorrow, but we'll travel the road, sharing our load side by side. Through all kinds of weather, what if the sky should fall? Just as long as we're together, it doesn't matter at all. When they've all had their quarrels and parted, we'll be the same as we started, just traveling along, singing a song side by side.
Side, 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 we'll keep on walking together. Life will be a ball. Let everyone join together. One for all. Oh, we ain't got a barrel of money. Maybe we're ragged and funny, but we'll travel along, singing a song side by side. Oh, we don't know what's coming tomorrow. Maybe it's trouble and sorrow, but we'll travel the road, sharing our load side by side.
Through all kinds of weather, what if the sky should fall? Just as long as we're together, it doesn't matter at all. When they've all had their quarrels and parted, we'll be the same as we started, just traveling along, singing a song side by
I hope that'll hold Elliott for the summer.
Look, it's getting late, honey. We'd better leave. Everybody grab something, carry it out the car. Gee whiz, this is a dirty trick to play on Elliott. Sneaking off like this a day earlier.
Well, if we didn't, he'd be here tomorrow morning with his bags.
Not my Elliott. He doesn't go where he's not wanted. All right, everybody, get in the car. Come on now, we got a long trip ahead of us, and we... Seems to be something wrong. This seat's awful high.
Curly, I'll thank you to get off my lap.
Elliott, when did you get in the car?
Last Tuesday. I've been sitting here for 5 days.
Look, Elliott.
I'm starting to get saddle sores.
Elliott, you can't go on this trip with us.
Why not?
Because you weren't invited.
What's that got to do with it? If I waited till I was invited, I'd never go anyplace.
For the last time, I'm going to tell you something. You weren't invited on this trip. We don't want you on this trip. So beat it. Get lost, go away, and stop bothering us.
Curly, what's she hinting at? Look, Alice, stop beating around the bush. You got something to say, say it. If you have nothing to say, get back in the bush. I don't like what you're not saying.
Elliott, I know it's kind of tough to get this through to you, kid, but Alice doesn't want you to go on this trip.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, there's not enough room in the car. We've already got 6 people going. Me, Alice, the children, Willie, and Julius.
Julius? What mentally incompetent moron invited him?
I didn't. I mean, it's none of your business who invited him. The fact remains he's going, Elliott.
Alice Faye Harris. How can you sit there in your mink blue jeans and say that?
I said it and I mean it. Now get out of this car before I kick you with my chinchilla hunting boots.
All right. I'll get out. I know when I'm not wanted.
So long, Elliott. I'm sorry you can't go. You ain't mad at me, are you?
No, I'm not one to bear a grudge. Go ahead, have a good time. Careful backing out of the garage. I'll direct you.
How far back can I go?
I'll tell you, just keep coming back. A little further. A little further. A little further. That's enough. Well, now that you smashed your car, I guess you can't go.
Oh, yes, we can. We just dented the fenders.
Oh, come on, Phil, let's get started. We have to pick up Julius, and I want to stop at Mother's house first to say goodbye.
Okay. So long, Elliott.
Curly, I'm not going to let you go without me. You're not going to drive off and leave me.
Let go of my linen duster. Now, so long, kid. Have a nice summer.
Willie, you stay in the car with the children. Phil and I'll just take a minute with Mother. Come on, Phil.
Well, let's hurry it up, honey. Let's just say goodbye and then come right out.
And don't ask her to come along. We ain't got enough room.
Elliott! How did you get here so fast?
You know that front tire that you were complaining was so wobbly all the way over?
What about?
That was me.
Stop it. Now, how'd you get over here?
I hung onto your bumper. You ain't going to shake me.
Look, Alice, you might as well take him. It's going to be easier on my nerves.
Oh, no. There's not room enough for him. Now, you get rid of him while I go and see Mother.
Hey, Curly, there's room in the car for me now. While Alice is inside seeing her mother, let's leave without her.
Look, Elliott, you might as well give up. There isn't enough room in the car for you.
There would be if you'd leave somebody behind.
But who? I can't leave Alice behind. I can't leave my kids behind, and I can't leave Willie. Who says I can? Look, there ain't no way we can talk Willie out of a free trip.
I believe I've got a way. Willie wears glasses, don't he?
Yeah?
And he can't see a thing without them, can he?
No, but he... Oh, I get it. If something were to happen to his glasses, he'd have to stay in town to have a new pair made.
Correct. Willie, would you step out of the car for a minute, please?
Certainly. Be right there. What do you want, Elliott?
Willie, did you know that your glasses are broken?
Where?
Well, hand them to me and I'll show you. You see, there's a great big crack right over... Whoops! I dropped them. What was he wearing? Headlights? Loudest bifocals I ever heard of. Oh, gee, Willie, I'm terribly sorry. I dropped your glasses on the sidewalk and broke them.
Oh, that's all right, Philip. I have another pair.
Curly, we're wasting time. Let's just set fire to him.
Willie, where do you keep your other pair of glasses?
In my apartment. Philip, you can drive me over there while we're waiting for Alice. Oh, you'd better lead me to the car. I can't see a thing.
Can't, huh? Curly, let me lead him. Now then, Willie, I'll just take you by the arm, turn you around, and away we go.
Elliott.
Sure?
Where you leading them? The car ain't in that direction.
No, but that open manhole is.
Oh, so it is. Come along, Willie. We'll each take one of your arms and lead you. Now, you're sure that you can't see where you're going, huh, Willie?
No. I can't see a step in front of me. If you fellas weren't leading me, I'd be liable to step into...
Well, what do you know? He fell down that manhole.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
Get me out of this sewer!
Hey, Curly, how'd you get down there?
I was so busy talking to Willie, I didn't watch where I was going.
That's a silly thing to do.
Well, never mind. Help me get out of here.
Why should I? I don't care who's in the manhole as long as it leaves a place for me in the car. I'll drive him up, Curly. You join us whenever you get a chance.
All right, Phil, I'm ready to leave. And, fellas, what are you doing out in the middle of the street? And where's Phil?
Curly decided not to go to the mountains, Alice. He's going to spend the summer at Pismo Beach. He's swimming there now.
I am not. Let me out of this manhole.
Oh, Phil, will you stop playing and come out of there? Elliott, help him out.
Oh, all right. Grab my hand, Curly. There. Hey, where you been, Curly? You're sopping wet.
Why, you no good.
Alice, we can't take him on a trip in that condition. Curly, you go home, dry out, and meet us later. Come along, Alice.
Get away from my car. You ain't going no place. The nerve of that guy trying to take my place on the trip. One of these days, I'm going to
No, Phil, don't get excited. Get in the car, and on the way over to Julius's, we'll turn on the radio. Maybe Peter Potter will be playing one of your records.
I don't care what the... Yeah, that would soothe my ruffled nerves. Young Johnny Jones, he had a cute little boat, and all the girlies he would take for a float. He had girlies by the score, sweet little peaches on the shore. But Johnny was a Weisenheimer, you know. His steady girl was Flo. And every Sunday afternoon, they'd jump in his boat, and then they'd spoon. And then he'd row. Right up that river he would row. That hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when, and then he'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again. row. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. And with her head on his chest, he'd take a few measures rest, and off he'd row. In Johnny's boat he had a cute little seat, and all the kisses that he stole were so sweet. And he knew just how to row. He was that rowing Romeo. He had an island where the trees were so grand. He knew just how to land. Then tales of love he'd tell the flow, till it was time for them to go. And then he'd row. On up that river he would row so slow. That hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when, and then he'd fool around, and then he'd kiss her. row. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. And then he'd drop both his oars, take a few more encores, and off he'd row. Row, just he and Florence. Row right into heaven. Row. He had no Johnson motors, so Johnny and Flo would row. Peter played a peachy one that time.
Oh, Philip, can't you drive a little faster? We'll never get started on a trip at
Now,
this
take
rate.
it easy, Willie. Just take it easy. Take it easy. I bet Julius was wondering what happened to us. We were supposed to pick him up hours ago. I hope he's ready.
Oh, he's ready, Phil. There he is, standing at the curb with his bag.
Oh, yeah. Hiya, Julius. I'm sorry I'm late, kid.
Don't talk to me, you big ham hock. You know how long I stood here? I stood here since 7 o'clock this morning. That's how long I stood here.
You've been stood in here that long?
Yeah, I stood here for 3 hours till I got bunions on my feet. Then I sat down for 3 hours until I, where you been anyway?
Don't exaggerate. You haven't been waiting that long. Now, come on, wait a minute. What kind of hat are you wearing?
That ain't no hat. I've been here so long the pigeons built a nest in me head.
All right. Now, look, take your 2 bags and put them back in the car there in the trunk.
Okay. Just take me bags and put them in.
Beat it, you little fink. This berth's occupied.
Oh, no. Now he's living in a trunk compartment. Are you spending the summer here, Mr. Lewis?
Not so loud. Nobody knows I'm here, so don't tell Mr. Harris.
I gotta tell him.
Why?
If I don't, he'll get arrested for smuggling dope across the border.
Why don't you be quiet?
Julius, what's taking your salon back there?
Mr. Harris, your trunk's a little crowded. You know what you got back here?
Yeah, I got a spare tire, a tool kit, and a jack.
I got news for you. There's a joint on your jack.
Oh, no, not Elliott again.
You guessed it.
Elliott, get out of that trunk.
All right.
Now, get in the car, Julius. Let's get started.
Hey, wait a minute, Julius. Where are the provisions I ordered?
I left them in the refrigerator at the market so they keep fresh.
Oh, nuts. Now we're going to have to stop at the market and pick them up. Well, come on, let's be on our way. Goodbye, Elliott.
But Curly...
Fine trip. Left 6 hours ago, and we're not even out of town yet. All we do is keep making stops. Nobody seems to know what
honey, you just passed the market. Stop the car.
What fell on the hood?
Me.
Oh.
Stopped the car so fast I slid off the roof.
You don't give up too easy, do you? Look, now get off of that hood and get lost. Julius, go in the market and get those provisions out of the refrigerator.
Oh, I can't carry them by myself. There's 3 big packages. I'll need help.
All right, I'll help you.
Hey, wait for me, Curly. Just to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll go in and help you.
That's mighty nice of you. And what do you got in mind, Clyde?
Nothing yet, but I'll think of something.
Here's the refrigerator, fellas. Come on in with me and help me carry this stuff out.
Ooh, man, it's freezing in this room. This place feels like a rehearsal hall for Sonia Henne.
The packages are over here in the corner. We'll each take one.
Hey, Curly, I got it. If Julius were to get locked in this refrigerator, he couldn't go. And then there'd be room in the car for me, wouldn't there?
Yeah. You think good in a cold room.
How do we do it? As soon as I say go, we'll make a run for the door and shut it on the kid. Gotcha.
Here's a package for you, Mr. Harris.
Thanks, kid.
And here's a package for you, Mr. Lord.
Thanks, kid. Go, Curly. Well, it worked. We locked them in.
We certainly did.
Let me out of this icebox!
How'd Curly get left in there?
The old man's a little slow on his feet.
I guess this just isn't Curly's day.
What's taking you fellas so long? It's getting dark out.
Get me out of this icebox!
Now he's in the icebox. Phil, why don't you stop horsing around? Julius, open that door.
Okay. Come on out, Mr. Harris.
DRR, it's cold. Now, will you come on, let's get to the car and get going.
Yeah, we got a long trip ahead of us.
Elliott.
Ma'am?
For the last time, you're not going with us.
Very well. I know when to give up. If you don't want me, I'll leave. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
At last, we're rid of him. Now, let's pick up these packages, put them in the car, and get on our way, huh? Oh, just think, Phil. Only 50 miles more and we'll be at the cabin.
Yeah. Hey, I better stop at this service station and get some gas.
Okay.
Man, I can't wait to get up to them mountains. I hear they got some great hunting and fishing up there.
Shall I fill her up, sir?
Yeah, she'll take about 15 gallons.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Bud? You got it filled up yet?
No, every time I put gas in the tank, somebody spits it back at me.
Alice, Elliott's in the gas tank.
How'd he do that?
I don't know, but we've got all summer to figure it out.
We'll be back in just a moment. Whether you're off on a vacation or just staying around home, you can listen to all your favorite records with RCA Victor's new 3-speed portable phonograph. This remarkably compact automatic Victrola phonograph is styled along luggage lines, has a comfortable handle for easy carrying. Take it to the shore, to the mountains. Play it anywhere there's an AC outlet. It can play all your records automatically. The center's the secret. Load up to 1445 extended play records on the large slip-on spindle and relax to almost 2 hours of music. When you're in the mood for music on 78 or long play records, load the standard spindle. You'll enjoy concert hall tone at every speed because this portable 3-speed Victrola phonograph has RCA Victor's famous Golden Throat tone system. It's just one of the many fine Victrola phonographs now at your RCA Victor dealer.
Folks, this is Phil again. You know, this is our last show of the season, and Alice and I want to thank all of you for making it a wonderful season. In fact, we enjoyed being with you so much that we're all coming back next fall, starting October the 4th, same time. Alice and I would like to thank our entire cast, ladies and gentlemen, for without them, it wouldn't have been possible, and especially our two wonderful writers, Chevrolet and Singer. And I think you'll all want to join me in a word of gratitude to our sponsor, RCA Victor, because they have a wonderful summer show lined up for you. A show starring a great guy and a very good friend of mine, Tony Martin. Tony's starting next week, so be sure to listen to Tony Martin Time. He'll have some of the great RCA Victor recording artists as his guests, and I know he'll entertain you in the latest style. Thanks for a wonderful season, and good night.
Good night, and have a wonderful summer, everybody. Thank you.
Included in this program transcribed was Jerry Hausner. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Now, for less than $3, you can have long play records of your favorite classical music. RCA Victor's new Bluebird records bring you the world's finest artists and such treasured selections as Tchaikovsky's Piano Concerto No. 1, Brahms' Symphony No. 3, and ballet music from Sylvia. Listen to RCA Victor's Bluebird Classics. They're available on long play records and in 45 albums for less than $3 each at your RCA Victor record dealers now.
Next, hear Best Plays on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang, this is Ken Carpenter standing on your front porch and throwing our hats through the door for the 125th time. And if you don't throw it out, we'll come in and answer a few of your letters to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. As we hook into the international beams to all APOs and FPOs tonight, clam bake appears to be not only sensational, but positively mediocre. And here's the man who told me to say that. Your master of ceremonies, that famous Hollywood star, that man among men, and that washout among women, Jack Benny.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello again, gang. This is Jack Benny talking. And listen, Ken, what do you mean I'm a washout among women? Did you get a load of that girl I brought to the broadcast with me?
She certainly is a load.
Well, you just don't know a good-looking girl when you see one.
Oh, I was only kidding, Jack. She's really quite attractive. Movie actress?
No, Ken. She's a plumber. I met her the other day when she came out to my house to fix a chain. I tell you, it was love at first sight. I walked into the kitchen, and there she was under the sink. I tripped over her Stilton wrench and joined her.
Well, I'll say that's one way of getting acquainted.
I'm glad I met her, though. Isn't she cute, Ken?
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, she has a pretty face, but I think her overalls are a little baggy.
Well, they may be baggy, Ken, but underneath them beats a heart of gold. And I'll tell you another thing. She's full of fun. She's got the darndest sense of humor.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, she's always sneaking up behind me with a plunger and snatching my toupee. And I'll tell you another thing. A girl plumber has to take good care of herself. You know, Ken, she doesn't smoke or drink.
Oh, she never drinks, huh?
Oh, once in a while she has a Drano and soda. You know. With a twist of lemon peel, of course. But outside of that, nothing.
Pardon me, men. This is Command Performance, I presume.
Well, Bing Crosby. That's right. A little nervous, without hope?
Oh, yes.
Nice, isn't it? Well, it's nice seeing you, Bing.
Nice to see you, Jackson. What's the big discussion, Ken?
Oh, we were just talking about the girl that Jack brought to the broadcast.
Oh, you mean Blowtorch Annie?
That's her professional name. So you met her, eh, Bing?
Oh, indeed I did. As a matter of fact, I autographed her soldering iron on the way.
Oh, that was sweet.
You know, she gave me one of her business cards, Jack, and it doesn't speak too well for you, really.
What do you mean? What does the card say?
Well, here it is. Blowtorch Annie. I specialize in drips. Hands right there.
Can't understand it. That means drips from pipe. I'm no drip.
Pardon me.
Hope would have had a better answer there.
Much better. Rochester would give you a better straight line.
I know.
Pardon me for any aspersions I might have cast, Jack, or any I may cast in the near future. And talking of plumbing, I'd like to stretch my own rusty pipes and funnel a greeting to Bob. Meet me at the Shamrock on Thursday morrow, 885. Redberry at 726. In regards to Olson, Salyer, Lee, and Fox at 729 from, Frank. Rather odd name here. Oh, yes. Frank Sinatra, the kid's name. Boy knocks for two. And hello to the Torpedo Kids, including Jules, Nebraska, Sackpullen, Black Dog Gallo, and Stinky Trailer. And for the Command Performance Club everywhere and Granddad Benny here, you must have been a beautiful baby.
Well, thanks.
have been a wonderful child. When you were only starting to go to kindergarten, I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now. Came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I'll bet you made the other kids bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, oh, baby, yes, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now.
Now, what I'd give to have my violin here. You must have been a beautiful baby, sung by Bing Command Performance Crosby. Gosh, Bing, I'll never forget the first night I heard you sing. It was at the Coconut Grove.
You remember the Grove days, huh? See, I had no idea you were that old.
You didn't?
No.
I love this boy. But, Bing, you must remember the night I walked into the Grove to sing.
Oh, yes, I remember well. You came in with that big lunch basket. You spread your blanket on the dance floor. The waiters formed a flying wedge, and out you went.
Well, it was my first visit to Los Angeles. In Waukegan, where I come from, a grove is a place to have a picnic. But getting back to what's on my mind, Bing, I lost Dennis Day.
Open manhole?
No, Navy.
Well, Jack, your loss is the Navy's game. Dennis was a fine broth of the bar.
Did I give you my dialect? Yes, that's true. He was a good singer. And he was so, Dennis was so unmercenary, you know?
Worked pretty cheap, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say cheap, but on Saturday night when I used to hand him his pay envelope, my hand very seldom trembled. Anyhow, Bing, there's a great opportunity on my program for the right young fellow.
You mean?
I mean, snap at it, kid.
Well, Jack, if I hear of anybody, I'm going to let you know.
What's the matter with this guy? Does he have to have a ton of bricks fall on him or something? Bing, I wish you'd pay attention. I need a singer, and I'll take you just as you are. No audition or anything. I don't.
Very nice of you. Really sweet. You're sweet.
I mean, just what I heard tonight was enough for me, you know what I mean? Of course, you won't have to do much. You see, I mean, you'll start at the bottom, but you'll work up fast. I mean, think of the chance this is. 5 years ago, nobody knew Dennis Day.
Today, he's scrubbing a deck.
That's not what I mean. I have a contract right here. Of course, there's just one thing. I want a character somewhat like Dennis. Can you act dumb?
Not dumb enough to sign that contract.
Boy, it's tricky. Now, Bing, come to your senses. I'm going to ask you just once more to work for me, and I want an affirmative answer.
You couldn't force a yes out of me with Annie's plunger.
Now, Bing, I wouldn't be too hasty if I were you. Think of your future. You know, there's
so little left of it, I'd rather not.
Don't be downhearted, son. Stick with Uncle Jack, and everything will be all right.
But, Jack, I have my own radio show. The Dozer,
You
but
have?
we have it, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were in the road business at Paramount.
Well, you hit on something there, Dad. Hope and I have made so many road pictures, really. L'amour is getting soft shoulders.
Her curves are nicely banked, too. Did you notice? But, Bing, I was wondering, just for curiosity's sake, if you didn't have your own show, how much would you charge me a week to sing on my program?
Well, I don't like to make my business public, Jack. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll whisper it to you.
Use my left ear. That's the better one. Okay, how much would you charge me to sing one song a week? Holy smoke, I wouldn't pay that to Sinatra.
Now, just a minute. Wait a minute now.
Heavens to Betsy.
$35 a week, that's not robbing you.
You never said that. You said 45. That left ear of mine never misses, brother.
Gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, this, after all, is command performance. It's about time for a little glamour.
Glamour? What's wrong with us?
That's what I say. Well, don't nobody answer that either.
Well, it seems the gentlemen of the AEF have written bales of letters requesting Miss Georgia Gibbs, whom they seem to love.
Georgia Gibbs? Is that her standing there?
Mm-hmm.
Say, she's cute. I must see what she's doing later.
Listen, you stick to your plumber. I came in here empty.
Oh.
Brushing aside this romantic dialogue and clearing a couple of tired wolves away from the microphone, let me say it's all yours, Georgia Gibbs.
Thanks, Ken, Jack, Bing, and hi, fellas. Love to the Snapseed gang at 726, AR Sessions, Navy 230, that B-17 named Deanie. The 76 Ward at 952, Lieutenant Colonel Hearn at 709, and also at 709, Silent Bill, Zoot Nilsson, Hogjaw Myers, Stumblebum, and Fireball Lee. Also, the Broadway Glom somewhere between New York and the English Channel. The Glom, according to Sal Scamaccia, keeper of the Glom, is a little turtle on the USS, mustn't give the name. So, fellas, here's the song you've asked me to do on command performance. I walk around heavy-hearted and sad. Night comes around and I'm still feeling bad. The rain's pouring down, blinding every hope I have. It's bitter and battering, beating and spattering. It drives me mad. I don't know why. There's no sun up in the sky, only weather. Since my man and I ain't together. Raining all the time. Life is big, gloom and misery everywhere. Stormy weather. I just can't get my poor self together. So weary all the time. So weary all the time. Now when he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. I cannot go on. Everything in life is gone. Only weather. Since my man and I ain't together. Raining all
great, Georgia. I sure enjoyed your singing. I knew you'd love that one. Enjoyed your number. Get it?
And he wants me to go on his program this morning.
Don't be so critical. I like to see you think of something witty that fast.
Listen, when Georgia was singing, I was looking and listening. I wasn't thinking.
Now, wait a minute. You'll have to pardon me again, gentlemen.
Carpenter's always butting in here.
Very rude, boy, isn't it?
Well, it's an absolute necessity. Whenever things get dull around Command Performance, it's my duty to break in and introduce the next guest.
Do you think we're dull, Bing?
Well, maybe inside here, but in front of the drugstore, we fracture.
Oh.
Well, our next guest is a man who, well, on the other hand, I don't like to exactly say that without qualifying my statement by saying he's also very well known in the field of, well, one thing I'm sure of, here he is, that musical genius, that man of no words, Harpo Marx.
Well, Harpo, how are you? Good to see you. What do you say, kid?
Yeah, hello, Harp. What's cooking?
For a minute, I didn't think he was going to speak to us.
Yeah, Harpo looks hungry, Jack.
He does at that. Want something to eat, Harpo?
What would you like?
Get him a glass of milk. And a piece of raspberry pie.
Now, gentlemen, I'm afraid to interrupt again, but things are getting a little dull around here.
After all, we're handicapped.
Yeah, how can we hold a conversation with a guy who won't talk?
Oh, wait. Apparently, you aren't aware of the fact that Mr. Marx always travels with an interpreter. Of course, he's brought him along tonight. Gentlemen of the AEF, may I present Harpo's official interpreter and spokesman, Mr. Gary Cooper.
Hey, Bing, he got more applause than we did.
Get my things. I'm lazy.
Well, Gary, this is really a surprise. Doggone, I didn't know that you were Harpo's spokesman. So you travel around and do all this talking for him. Is that right?
Yep.
Well, Gary? I'm glad you're here because we're beginning to have a little trouble with Harpo. Do you ever have any trouble with him?
Nope.
Well, I guess that's because you've known him so long. I mean, you're very close to him. You understand him.
Yep.
And he won the Academy Award. Hey, Bing, do you think you could get him to talk?
Nope.
Well, try.
Okay, say, Gary, we had a lot of fun when you were working at Paramount on For Whom the Bell Tolls, didn't we? Yep.
What do you do?
What are you doing now? You on a vacation? No. Well, then you're getting ready for another picture. Yep.
Is there a part in the picture for me?
Nope.
Well, I'll try one more question. Is Harpo going to play his harp tonight?
Yep. This guy's beginning to crack like Silent Yoakum, isn't he?
Gary,
Yoakum fans back there.
Gary, what's Harpo going to play?
The harp.
He said something! Hey, he said something!
Gabby Barber, huh?
What selection?
Well, I hate to hog the whole show by talking too much, but Harpo's going to play Who Threw the Overalls in Mrs. Murphy's Chowder. I want to warn you, it's going to sound more like Stardust.
Climb up on the harp, sonny boy, and play it like an angel.
For heaven's sake, Gary, what's the matter with him? He's groaning.
Naturally.
Naturally?
Well, he wants the groaner to sing with him.
Okay, Harpo. Sit right over there and pluck me on, boy. Lots of requests tonight for Blue Heaven. When whippoorwills call and evening is nigh, I hurry to my blue heaven. I turn to the right, and a little white light will lead you to my blue heaven. You'll see a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room, and a little nest that's nestled where the roses bloom. Just Molly and me, and baby makes three. We're happy in my blue heaven.
Harpo, Marx, and Gary Cooper. And say bingo.
Yeah, Jack.
Command Performance gets a lot of crazy requests. You know that, of course. Remember one night you had to mix up a bourbon and soda?
Hope drank it, remembered it well. What's for tonight, a Cuba Libre, Jack? What are we going to do?
No, a letter from Private Phil Stearns, formerly of Sausalito, California.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Command Performance, these GI shoes we wear get heavy at times, but I've thought up a way to make them seem lighter. Please have Ann Miller do a tap dance wearing a pair of our 10-pound brogans. Fellas, Ann Miller.
Hi, fellas. Say, Ken, you know, those clodhoppers look pretty heavy. Could somebody help me on that?
Why, sure. Bing and Jack, be gallant and help a little girl with the shoes. You go right over there, Ann. This is Ken Carpenter, ladies and gentlemen. I have a microphone here and will report this amazing spectacle as I see it. Mr. Benny has a monstrous GI shoe in his hands and is about to place it on Miss Miller's tiny left foot. Mr. Benny is bending down. Now Mr. Crosby bends down. Now they're preparing to lace up the brogans. Miss Miller is wearing a beautiful ensemble this evening. Mr. Crosby is wearing, well, we'll skip that. It's a beautiful day out here today, folks. We can see the purple mountains in the background. Both teams look to be in great shape. The referee's about to blow his whistle. The horses are nearing the starting gate. Are you all set? Fellas, here's Ann Miller tap dancing for the AEF in a pair of GI battle wagons.
Thank you, Ann Miller. Now you know what it's like in the infantry. One of those shoes looks like my Maxwell. Hey, Bing, will you kill a little more time here? I got to go help Annie with her shoes. So long, fellas.
Stay right.
So long, Bing. We'll see you later.
Anyway, gang, one of the finest. May I join you, boys? And now removing Miss Ann Miller's brogan. This makes go far into the night. One of the finest letters that ever pulled into Old Command Performance asked us to sing the song One Alone. And I'd like to bounce it off to the guys who wrote that letter. My hunch is that they're somewhere north of Rome tonight, still paving the long road to Berlin. But wherever they are, they'll know that this one is for them. One alone to be my own, I alone to know her caress, one to be eternally the one my worshipping soul possesses. At her call, I'd give my all my life and all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine alone. Her call, I'd give my all my life and all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine. Sort of licks the platter clean for the time being, gang. It's swell getting together with you again. The best of the best from the mob here on Command Performance. And I'm saying goodnight for each one of them. Oh, just a minute. Harpo, Marx wants to say goodnight for himself here. Harpo? So long from over here to over there.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is KERA-FM Dallas. You're a listener. Become a member.
Operator, this is Eddie Cantor. Connect me with Fink's drugstore. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Fink's drugstore.
Hello. Would you please run across the street and call Jack Benny to the phone?
Well, Mr. Benny happens to be here now, but you'll have to wait a minute. He's talking to the manager at the pinball machine.
That was a lucky one. 2 nickels, please. We don't pay off on till. Till, listen, buddy, I play the game fair and square. I don't even lay my hands on the machine. What I do with my feet is pure skill.
Sorry, we have rules. We do not pay off on a pinball game unless the machine remains inside the store at all times. But, Mr. Fink, you shoved it so close to the soda fountain, you shot the last 3 balls into the malted milkshake.
Look, if that's the way you want to run your drugstore, I'll go elsewhere.
Please try to understand, Mr. Benny. I don't mind you shoving the machine a little, but you're not supposed to break the glass and put the balls where you want them.
That was an accident. I dropped my handkerchief on it.
Your handkerchief?
Yes, I had my lunch in it. I come here just for coffee, not to eat.
Oh, all right. Here your nickel.
Mr. Benny.
Didn't even touch the thing.
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Help me get this pinball machine off my back. Accusing a guy of...
Hello? Jack, this is Cantor. I got your message to call.
Oh, yes, Eddie, this is urgent. I must see you immediately regarding a certain proposition.
Look, Jack, I'm not going to get stung with any more of your propositions. I didn't mind last month when you sold me that piece of property and told me it was a gold mine.
It is, Eddie. I tell you, miniature golf courses are coming back. But that's just a small deal. This proposition is big. It's tremendous. Suppose I come over and discuss it with you.
Look, Jack, I'm going on the air in a minute. I can't have you barging in on my program unless the sponsor gives us consent.
Okay, I'll hang around the drugstore until you hear from your sponsor. You can't afford to miss this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Everybody. How are you, Harry?
Say, Eddie, I overheard your conversation with Jack Benny. You know you don't need the sponsor's consent. Now, why don't you let him come on the program?
Harry, we've got a good thing here, haven't we?
Yes.
We're both eating regularly?
Yeah.
We get paid every week?
Well, what's all that got to do with Jack coming on our program?
Listen, if our sponsor finds out people are supposed to laugh, we're through, you know. Besides, Harry, I don't like to have him around. He's such a cheap guy.
Oh, no, Eddie, that's just a rumor. No, really, it's a rumor. I happen to know that for Mary's last birthday, Jack gave her a beautiful silver fox muff.
Silver fox muff?
Yes.
That was Benny's toupee with a zipper on it.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. That guy is really tight. Wednesday, he goes into a butcher shop and gets some liver for his dog. Thursday, he gets some hamburger for his dog. Friday, he gets bones for his dog.
Yeah, well, what's cheap about that?
Harry, he's got no dog.
Really, Eddie, I never thought Jack was that stingy.
He's always been that way. When Benny was a baby, he was weaned on a piggy bank. Believe me, Harry.
Oh, and the phone there, Eddie.
Hello?
Anything new?
No, Jack. The sponsor hasn't called yet. Why can't you tell me about your proposition now?
Look, not over the phone, Eddie. It's too big, too important. Look, did John D. Rockefeller ever transact business over a phone? Did Rockefeller ever discuss million-dollar deals over a phone?
Yes, he did.
Well, who do you think I am, Rockefeller? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jack, I'm busy. Will you call me back?
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that guy. He is the...
Oh, hello, Miss Cantor.
Well, it's Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?
I've been substituting for Rochester over at Mr. Bennett's house. Yes, they put poor Rochester in jail last night.
In jail? What for?
He smiled during a blackout.
You say he smiles?
Yes, sir. And the gold in his teeth lit up Hollywood Boulevard, Clara Glendale.
Tell me, Hattie, I'm anxious to know. You've been to Mr. Benny's house. Has he really got a piggy bank?
Oh, no, sir.
He hasn't?
No, sir. But he's the only man I know who's got a mattress that jingle, jangle, jingle. Well, Mr. Cantor, I'll be running along now.
All right, goodbye, Hattie.
So long. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Hello? Cantor speaking.
Oh, is this you, Eddie? I must have dialed your number by mistake. However, since you're on the phone, anything new?
No, not yet, Jack.
Well, I hate to bother you so much, but don't worry about the sponsor. I'll drop over later on. So long.
So long. Harry, I can't understand that, Benny. He is so... Come in.
Anything new?
Jack, why, it's Jack Benny. Well, Jack, this is really a surprise.
Wait a minute, Eddie. What do you mean, surprise? In the first place, I just got through talking to you on the phone. Last week, you announced that I was going to be on your program. I announced it on my show Sunday. It's been in all the radio columns. You've had 8 Pinkerton detectives following me for 5 days. When I walked in here, why did you get so excited?
Well, look, Jack, let's not fool ourselves. If I didn't get so excited when you walked in, if I didn't say, why, it's Jack Benny, do you think you'd get such a big reception?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah? Well, Jack, I'm going to show you the difference. Walk out and come in again.
All right, I will.
Come in. Why, it's Jack Benny.
Now, about this proposition.
Will you forget business? Forget business for a while. Business. I haven't seen you for so long, Jack. Let's just have a friendly chat.
All right.
Is it a money-making proposition?
Well, no, not exactly, no.
So how are you feeling, Jack? How are you? Gosh, it's good to see you. You know, I never see you, Jack. Of course, I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, then you, Eddie, you did hear me mention that I was going to be on your program, didn't you?
Yes, Jack. That's the part I heard.
Oh,
yes. Now, and on your show, you also mentioned going to see the preview of your new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Did you actually go?
Yes, Eddie, I finally saw the picture.
Well, tell me, Jack, how is it? I mean, were you pleased with your work in it?
Well, Eddie, you know, I hate to bring it up in front of all this. Look, let me tell you something. Now, Eddie, I'm not conceited. You know that.
Of course, Jack.
I mean, you've never heard me rave about myself, have you?
Never, Jack. Never.
Well, Eddie, I will amaze you in this picture. Now, look.
No kidding.
I really will.
Really?
I honestly believe that for the first time, the screen has captured the real me.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jack.
And you know I'm not egotistical.
No. After all. Now, well, tell me more about it, Jack. I'm really interested.
No, Eddie, I'd rather not talk about it. I mean, people might think I'm swell-headed and over-enthusiastic, so let's drop it.
Okay. By the way, Jack, how is Mary?
Mary? Why, she's not even in the picture. You see, it's Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yes.
And, Eddie, I must tell you about one scene we have together. You see, Ann and I have been married for 3 years. And there's one scene in the garden that will tear your heart out.
Really?
Oh, really. It's where I say to her, Connie. See, that's her name in the picture, Connie. My name is Billy Boy.
Really?
Yeah, look at this. No, but this scene is really beautiful. I say to her, now this is after we've been married, you see, for 3 years, you see. And we're out in the garden, and I say, Connie, this is our 3rd anniversary. Tell me, sweetheart, do you still love me? And as the moonbeams cast their magic spell over us, she looks into my eyes and softly whispers, no. Well, Eddie, I saw it and cried.
Yeah.
Really? And when a fellow as tough as I am can cry at his own picture, well...
Well, that must be a real dramatic highlight, Jack.
Oh, it is. Oh, well, enough about me and everything. Now, how's Ida? Did she see my picture?
No, she didn't. Tell me, Jack, how do you look on the screen? I mean, how do you photograph?
How do I photograph?
On the screen.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now, Eddie, I mean, you know me well. You know I never brag. I mean, you know that.
I know that, Jack.
Come here a minute. Yeah. Now, don't misunderstand
what
I'm going to
Jack.
say. You know. Now, look at. You've seen Robert Taylor on the screen, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's not talk.
Come on, Jack. Let me hear. I'm your friend. Let me hear.
I'm acting like a kid.
No. Jack, it's all right.
Drop it, Eddie.
No, let's kick it around some more. Then, Jack, from what you've just told me, you really feel that you've established yourself as a great screen lover?
Definitely. To tell you the truth, Eddie, I was so good in those love scenes that in my next picture, they're just going to give me a leading lady and a rumble seat.
Jack, I'd like to ask you something. You and I have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?
Oh, we've been pals, kid.
Well, I'd like to ask you something, brother.
What is it, kid?
Who's going to play the part of the rumble seat?
Listen, Eddie, not changing the subject, but look, I was awfully thirsty when I came in here. Is there any water around here?
Yeah, right out in the hall, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll be right back.
What a ham. Harry, will you come here a minute?
Now, what, Eddie?
Did you ever hear a man rave so much about himself? Did you ever see such a display of egotism?
No, Eddie, I must admit I never did.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't want to mention this to Jack, but I saw George Washington slept with.
You really saw? Well, look, how does Jack photograph, Eddie? How does he look?
Harry, come here a minute.
Yeah.
You've seen Robert Taylor, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I've seen him in lots of pictures.
Then you know it can't be the camera.
Jack looks pretty bad, huh?
He looks... I'll explain it this way. Did you ever see a little girl about 6 years old when she gets into a mother's purse and puts on some rouge and lipstick?
Yes.
Well, Jack looked just like that, only he had a red arrow pointing to his dimple. Anyway, Harry... Oh, Jack, I was just telling Mary how anxious I am.
Harry.
I was just telling Harry how anxious...
Mary is home listening to the program.
I've been telling her to... Listen. I've been just telling Harry Von Zell how anxious I am to see you in your new picture, Jack.
Really? Yeah. Well, that can be arranged, Eddie. I'll leave a couple of passes for you at the box office.
Passes?
Yes. It won't cost you a cent. You just have to be there at the theater any time between 5 and 6 in the morning, and you can see the picture. It's a sort of an early bird matinee.
Look, Jack, I'd like to see George Washington slept here, but I don't want to get there so early I have to wake him up.
All right, Eddie, I'll give you 2 swell tickets for tonight.
You'll give me?
Well, in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. Remember me telling you over the phone about a certain proposition?
Yes, that's it. Come.
Well, here's what it is. Yes. I am going to New York in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
See, I want to see the Brooklyn bombshell there. And I'm going to New York in a couple of weeks, and I'd like to take your whole cast with me.
That's his favor, you?
Yes. Your whole cast.
Don't be ridiculous, my whole... I'm sorry, Jack, but it's no deal. Listen to me, kid. You keep your show and I'll keep mine.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. If you say no, that's the end of it, Eddie.
Glad we understand each other. Now, look, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Why, yes, Dinah. Come in, Dinah.
You're wanted at the stage door, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks, Dinah. Jack, you know Dinah Shaw.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dinah.
Hello.
I got to run. Can't let you have any of my cash, Jack. You asked me and I told you, and that's the way it shall it be that way. You told me not to.
I'll see you later. Dinah.
Yeah.
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Come here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Look, Dinah.
Yes?
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Dinah, are you happy here? I mean, are you satisfied with what you're doing and for whom you're doing it?
Oh, what do you mean, Jack?
I mean, wouldn't you rather broadcast on Sunday than on Wednesday?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, look what it does to your whole week. But when you broadcast on Wednesday, let me show you. You broadcast on Wednesday, then all of a sudden comes Thursday and Friday. The first thing you know, your weekend is shot. Then all of a sudden comes Monday and Tuesday, and you're working again. Whereas, when you broadcast on Sunday, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday all to yourself. Wonderful.
But, Mr. Benny,
No buts, Dinah. I'm determined to have you work for me. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll pay you twice as much as you get from Cantor. Now, how much does Eddie pay you?
Well...
I know how you feel, Ida. Dinah, I know how you feel. Just whisper it to me. How much does he pay you?
He pays me,
Look, Dinah, if you work on Sunday, it'll ruin your whole week. I wonder what Cantor really pays there.
Did you say something, Mr. Benny?
Why, no, Harry. I was just... Oh, say, Harry.
What?
Come here a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Harry, are you happy here?
Yes, I'm very happy here.
Oh, I mean, are you happy in California? Don't you get tired of all this sunshine? Wouldn't you rather go back to New York and step into a nice, slushy gutter?
What are you driving at?
Well, would you be interested in coming back to New York with my show?
Well, what about Don Wilson?
Oh, Don's all right, but with the meat rationing, I'd like to get a smaller announcer. And he's so unreasonable. Why offer to pay his fare back to New York, but he refuses to sleep in an upper berth?
Oh, well, that is unreasonable.
Of course it is. After all, how much room does Dennis Day take up? What do you say, Harry?
Well...
That tells me we'll get 1 million laughs.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'd rather stay here and get 1 million smiles.
You rather get smiles?
Yes, I would.
How do you go about it?
That's very simple. Do it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, to help get a smile you can be really proud of, decide now to change to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because firm, healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums, to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble. So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you follow this simple, helpful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tomorrow. And remember, the government says we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube. So don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some kind with you when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, Dinah, where's Jack Benny?
He went into your dressing room to comb his hair.
That's silly. Could have left it here and I'd have combed it.
Mr. Cantor, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but, well, Jack Benny's been trying to hire me for his program.
What?
And Harry, too.
No.
Yeah.
After I won, I'll fix him and I'll fix him good.
What are you doing, Mr. Cantor?
You said he's in my dressing room?
Yeah.
I'm going to phone in there and pretend that I'm Rochester.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny? This is Rochester, boss. I'm quitting. I got a very lucrative offer from Eddie Cantor.
All that cheap tricks. The minute my back is turned, tries to steal my cash. You can't trust anybody these days.
Ain't you the truth?
Rochester. Rochester, you're making a big mistake going to work for Cantor. Why, he'll never pay you as much as I owe you. Rochester, working for me, you got a future. Why do you want to leave?
Frankly, boss, I'd rather work for a younger man.
Younger? Why, Cantor's old enough to be my father. And if I was a girl, he probably would be. Rochester, your mind's made up. I mean, you finally decided to leave me?
That's right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Cantor.
He knew it all the time. Well, I'll go into the dressing room now and find out exactly what he's talking about.
Now, if I could only find someone here who isn't loyal, a guy that would stoop to anything, a complete stinker.
How do you do?
What's going on, man? Russia.
Comrade, I am your man. For 12 years, I've been working for Cantor, and now...
Yes?
I am revolting.
You certainly are.
Thank you.
Russian?
Yes?
I'll give you a contract if you're sure you want to quit Cantor.
Why shouldn't I quit him? He's no good. He's a crook. He's a heel.
Aha!
And I love him. He's like my own brother.
Russian, don't let him tempt you with money. Even if you do work for Benny, you can't get above the $25,000 ceiling.
Working for you, I can't even get off the floor. My ceiling is zero.
Oh, stop.
Mr. Benny, I've decided to work for you at my very lowest figure.
What's that?
Nothing.
Russian, I don't understand. You've been with me so long. Why do you want to leave me to go to work for Jack Benny?
Because I like him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, many years ago, back in Moscow, I am sitting with my girl. We are tuning in on the radio, and we are hearing Love in Blooming. I am holding her hand. I can smell the chrysanthemums right in the air. And then, my dear friend, I propose. Mr. Benny, that's why I am grateful to you.
You mean your girl said yes?
No, the music was so bad she killed herself. Thank you.
Harry. What's the matter? What's wrong? What's the matter?
Nothing the matter, Eddie. Don't you get it? Now listen to me here.
What is it, an imitation of Donald Duck?
No, it's not either. I'm practicing to be a ventriloquist. Shirley's been teaching me.
Oh, you mean Shirley Dinsdale, a little 15-year-old ventriloquist?
Yeah, and when she comes back next week from San Francisco, she's going to give me my second lesson, and after that I'll come up to the microphone, and without even moving my lips, I'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth your while to know how much faster Sal Hepatica helps you feel better when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this advantage, too.
Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
Well, it sure is mighty nice riding out here on the range, but I reckon I'd better head for home. Come on, old paint, let's get it going, boy. Whoa, boy! Whoa! Oh, come on, horsey, whoa! Well, what do you know? Somebody put glue on the saddle.
I always wish that I could be a cowboy, riding and a roping where the wind is free. But now I wish that I was not a cowboy, 'cause look what's gone and happened to me. I can't get off of my horse. All day and night I ride among the cattle. I can't get off of my horse, 'cause some dirty dog put glue on the saddle. Someday they'll bury me out on the prairie, out far among the sagebrush where the skies are blue. But when they dig a place for me to rest in, they'd better make it big enough for two, 'cause I can't get off of my horse. All day and night I ride among the cattle. I can't get off of my horse, 'cause some dirty dog put glue on the saddle. On the saddle, on the saddle, on the saddle. Some no good ornery, low down, sneaking, thieving, cussing, cattle rustling, dirty dog put glue on the saddle.
You know something? I feel like saying a discouraging word.
A very special tip on hair appeal, girls, from famous beauty authority Kay Dumet. Lovely hair, shining with natural highlights and shadows, sparkling with silken softness, inviting with clean fragrance. That's the natural hair appeal that men prefer. And now such natural hair appeal can be yours with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up like magic in harder soft water into a mild, gentle lather that sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumit blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this delightful new cream that leaves your hair so easy to manage, so soft and shining with the natural appeal that men love. Ask for the economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo at your cosmetic counter, also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Discover the secret that women and girls of all ages are learning everywhere. There's a world of glamour in each dainty jar of Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, a great many people go through life complaining of their bad breaks, and some of them quite justifiably. But have you ever considered the awful plight of our young hero? Out of over 2 billion inhabitants of this earth, he's the only one who is Dennis Day. Yes, that's trouble enough for any man, a point he's now impressing upon his girlfriend, Mildred Anderson.
Gee, I get so darn discouraged, Mildred.
Oh, now you mustn't, Dennis. You've still got me, and I'd be proud to be your wife no matter what you were earning.
No, Mildred, I can't even afford to buy a wife the necessities of life, much less the little things other women have, like shoes.
Well, it won't always be this way. I know it won't. Doesn't Mr. Willoughby hold out any hope for the future?
Oh, sure. He says I could make more money right now if I'd help him swing the deal, but I don't know Mr. Harding, and anyway,
Wait a minute. What deal? Who's Mr. Harding?
Oh, he's the president of the Seattle-San Antonio-Montreal Railroad.
A railroad president?
Yeah, and Mr. Willoughby wants me to think of a way he can sell him his property on Maple Avenue.
Mr. Willoughby wants you to think of a way?
Yeah, he says he's tried everything a normal mind could conceive.
But why should Mr. Willoughby think Mr. Harding could use his property?
Well, it's got something to do with a new right-of-way.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I didn't even know what a right-of-way was until Mr. Willoughby explained it. I thought it was something that unless you're crazy, you give to another driver if she's a woman.
Well, this must be a new right-of-way for Mr. Harding's railroad. And Mr. Willoughby's promised you a raise if you can help him, huh?
Yeah, he's pretty safe, don't you think?
I do not. Dennis, you're going to sell that property to Mr. Harding for him.
Me?
Well, why not? All you have to do is go to this Mr. Harding and talk to him personally.
Oh, no, Mildred, really,
What's the matter with you, Dennis? You have absolutely no confidence in yourself.
Well, who's got a better right?
Dennis, he isn't an ogre. He's just a man like yourself. All you have to...
Oh, good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, my boy. Morning, Mildred.
Hi, Daddy. Did Mother make her train all right?
Yes. The chief pulled out with the chief at 7:47.
Well, that's good. Daddy, you've got to help me. I'm having trouble with Dennis.
Trouble?
Yes, can you imagine a person being afraid to talk up to another person?
Why, no. Not since 7:47.
Well, you see, Mildred wants me to call on a railroad president and sell him some property of my boss's, Mr. Anderson. But, gee, this Mr. Harding is such a big shot.
Well, what if he is, my boy? All you have to do is act like a big shot, too.
Who, me?
Sure. Now, I'll show you what I mean. Now, I'll pretend I'm you, and you act like this big shot railroad president would, okay?
Okay.
All right, now, here we go. Mr. Harding, I want to see you.
Just who are you, young man?
My name is Dennis Day.
Drop dead.
No, Dennis. He wouldn't say that. He'd certainly be polite.
Okay, please drop dead.
Oh, he wouldn't say anything of the kind. He'd say, come in and talk, young man. I like your spunk.
To me?
Well, certainly.
Boy, are we pretending.
I'm sure Daddy's right, Dennis, if you'll just try to be a little aggressive.
Absolutely. Firmness, that's what you need. Now, say it like I do. Mr. Harding, I want to talk to you. Mr. Harding, I want to talk to you. Not my voice, Dennis, my tone. Now say it again, and for heaven's sake, try to be aggressive.
It's no use, Mr. Anderson. I've got too much you in me.
Dennis Day, you've got to go through with this. You've been a tame little kitten long enough. It's about time you began to act a little more like a tiger.
A tiger?
A tiger. If you want to be convinced it's the only way, go down to the store and try it out on Mr. Willoughby.
On Mr. Willoughby?
Say, that's not a bad idea, my boy. Now, all you have to remember is not to let your courage run away from you.
Oh, it won't. The rest of me will be going much too fast for that. Dennis Day, you're a tiger. Dennis Day, you're a tiger. Dennis Day, you're a tiger. Well, here goes. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, Dennis.
What was that? That was my new personality coming out, Willoughby.
Well, put it back in and stop mopping the floor.
Mopping the floor? Why, that makes me laugh. You're playing with dynamite, Willoughby.
Huh?
You heard me. I'm not a tame little kitten anymore. I'm a great big hungry tiger. And from now on, I'm going to act like a tiger.
Dennis, don't you like your job here anymore?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well?
Well, I just wanted you to know that while I'm mopping up, you might hear a little snarling.
That's more like it. What came over you, anyway?
Oh, I was just trying to develop a new personality for your sake, Mr. Willoughby. I'm going to take over the Harding deal for you.
You're going to take it over?
It sounded less fantastic when I said it.
Sound fantastic if anyone said it.
But it isn't. I can be a firm, aggressive salesman when I want to be, Mr. Willoughby. I'll just march up to him and say, Mr. Harding, you need Mr. Willoughby's property because... because... Say, maybe he doesn't need it.
Now, look, Dennis, I asked you to think of an idea, but that's all. I don't want you messing up this deal, you understand? Stay away from it.
But, Mr.
That's
Willoughby...
final, Dennis. You're a fine floor mopper. And you carry out an excellent pail of garbage. That's where your talents end.
Yes, sir.
Which reminds me, when you're through with the floor and the garbage, I have an errand for you. Do you know where the express office is?
No, sir.
Good. Drive over there in my car and pick up 2 cases of Kalac water for the store.
But, Mr. Willoughby, if I don't know where it is...
It'll take you that much longer to get back. Goodbye, my boy.
And so our young hero sadly busied himself with the floor and the garbage. And when these menial tasks were concluded, he was off in Mr. Willoughby's car to do his errand. And as our hero drove toward the express office, the bitterness within him, that not wanted feeling, grew stronger with each block. The depressing knowledge that he... Hey, wait a minute. Is there something wrong with that front wheel? Well, yes, it's loose. Dennis, watch it. It's coming off. Dennis, look out!
Where am I?
It's all right, Dennis. I'm here with you. You've been in a smash-up.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. I remember now. Gee, I'm in a hospital, huh?
Yes, you were brought here after they picked you up.
Mildred, did they pick up all of me?
Of course, silly. You're all right. The doctor says you can leave in an hour or 2. You were just unconscious from shock.
Mildred, what about Mr. Willoughby's car? Is it...
Yes, it's a complete wreck, Dennis. I just phoned him.
He should be regaining consciousness pretty soon, too.
Oh, you should have heard him, Dennis. He said he'll be waiting for you the minute you get out of the hospital.
Oh, Mildred, stand on that chair.
On the chair? What for?
You're going to kick me right in the appendix.
Don't be silly, Dennis. There's got to be a way out of this.
Mildred, this time I'm afraid I'm finished. That car will cost $500 to replace, and if I know Mr. Willoughby, it's either that or jail.
Perhaps I can help you, young man.
Huh? Who said that?
Why, it's the man in the next bed, the one completely wrapped in bandages.
Yes, your conversation just now gave me an idea.
Oh, I see. Would you mind pointing your face in my direction, sir, so I can tell which end of you is talking to me?
Not at all, my boy. Permit me to introduce myself. My name is William Harding.
William Harding? Not the William Harding, the president of the Seattle, San Antonio, and Montreal Railroad.
That's right.
Good golly. The one man in the whole world I wanted most to see. And here I am talking to him, face to bandage.
Mr. Harding, did you really say you might be able to help Dennis out of the trouble he's in?
I'd boy a check for $600 right now. Enough to pay for that car and still have something left over. Providing he agrees to impersonate me for a period of 10 days.
Impersonate you?
I beg pardon, Mr. Harding, but are those bandages covering a big hole in your head?
No. You see, I'm having a little domestic difficulty with my wife. There's another...
Woman, if you'll pardon the expression?
You're a man of the world. Well, my doctor has told me I must have 10 days of rest and quiet, or he won't answer for the consequences. So I can't have these two descending on me here at the hospital. However, if it's reported that I'm not here, but back at my
But,
office...
Mr. Harding, Dennis probably doesn't look anything like you.
My dear, I've been in a bad accident. This boy is about my build, and a good make-up man could do wonders with a gray wig, dark glasses, a little paraffin here and there, and a bandage or two. Nobody expects me to look exactly as I did.
Oh, golly, Dennis, this may be the answer to our prayers. I'll bet you can look like Mr. Harding.
Mildred, this is ridiculous. I don't want to look like someone else.
But it's only for 10 days. And besides, Mr. Harding may have been a very handsome man.
What do I care about a different type of good looks? I'm happy as I am. No, Mildred, I won't do it. I won't.
Just think, who'll be waiting outside of this hospital for you?
You mean?
Yes, Mr. Willoughby.
Okay, send for my face.
Good boy.
Well, this is as far as I can go with you, Dennis. Here's Mr. Harding's offices.
Gosh, I hope this works. Do I really look like him?
Your makeup's perfect. Only remember to stay out of warm places. You know what the man said about your nose melting?
Believe me, I'll never stick it into a hotter corner than this. Well, goodbye, Mildred.
Goodbye, dear, and lots of luck.
Why, Mr. Harding.
Hello.
Oh, I can't tell you how wonderful it is to see you back with us, Mr. Harding.
Thanks. It's nice to be back, Miss, Jones.
Williams.
Oh, yes, sorry. You've been with me such a short time.
9 years.
Oh, of course. Sorry, not quite myself yet. Well, I guess I'd better step into my private office here.
Oh, not that door, Mr. Harding.
Huh? Oh, yes. For a minute, I didn't see the sign.
This is your office right here. Are you sure you're all right, Mr. Harding? You seem so different somehow.
Well, naturally. Terrible accident, you know. Whole locomotive blew up.
Yes, I know. But your voice, it's changed completely.
Oh, didn't they tell you? Smokestack hit me right in the throat. Well, I better get down to business, Miss Williams.
Yes, sir. Now, first, there's the case of Miss Shirley Dolan.
I'm in alone, Miss Williams.
Oh, but Miss Dolan's case is very important. We fired her, and she claims we had no right to. She says she's a member of the Railroad Brotherhood.
The Railroad Brotherhood?
Oh, yes.
Well, really, that girl's mother should have a talk with her.
Mr. Harding, are you sure they didn't let you out of that hospital too soon?
Certainly not. Well, that's all, Miss Williams.
Oh, there's one other thing that's really important, Mr. Harding. It's the track foreman on Section 12. He's worried about the grades there. What would you advise, sir?
Oh, I don't care. Give them all A's and B's.
Mr. Harding, really, you should go home. You just...
Hello? Who? Joyce at Grove City? Have I decided to build a round house there? Well, don't be silly. If I build it, it'll be a square one like everybody else's. All right, Miss Williams, you may go now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And please, sir, do take it easy.
Well, Dennis, my boy, so far so good. If you can fool a dame who's known you for 9 years, you could fool anyone. This may be my... Miss Williams, I told you... Oh, you're not Miss Williams.
Billy! Oh, darling! Dearest darling!
I take it we've met before, ma'am?
Don't mock me, that way. Aren't you even going to kiss me?
Take it easy, kid. My wife may drop in any minute.
Your wife? But I'm your wife.
Oh. How do?
Oh, Billy, why must you toy with me like this? If you don't care about me, at least think of Bernice.
Bernice?
Our daughter.
Oh, that Bernice.
Well, she cried into her pillow all last night. And do you know why, Billy?
She couldn't find her handkerchief?
Oh, Billy, what's wrong? You speak so strangely. You look at me so strangely.
I'm doing the best I can, dear. This is no cinch.
Billy, what did that accident do to you? I never heard you talk like this. Pardon me, Mr. Hart. Oh, am I interrupting?
Yeah, it's a pleasure. What's up, Miss Williams?
Well, it's that Mr. Willoughby, sir. He's here again about some property. He's been here every day this week. Shall I have him leave?
Oh, no. Tell him I'll meet him back at his store in 15 minutes. Well, too bad, dear. I'd like to spend more time with you, but it looks like some business has come up.
Oh, I thought maybe... Well, today's the 24th, you know, the day I always buy flowers for my mother.
Yeah, too bad I can't go with you. Why don't you buy her a nice gardenia corsage?
A corsage?
Sure. The old girls get a big kick out of it.
Oh, you beast. You know perfectly well that Mother passed away in 1922.
Gosh, well, in that case, I guess you wouldn't get a kick out of anything.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Willoughby, I'm William Harding.
Mr. Harding, you did come. Oh, you don't know how happy this makes me. Sit down, sir.
Thanks, Willoughby.
A cigar, perhaps, a little liquid refreshment, or possibly I can offer you a piece of this excellent Page and Shaw candy?
No, thank you. I don't smoke, drink, or enjoy myself. I'm here to discuss your property.
Oh, yes, sir, my property.
Well, I don't know, Willoughby.
Oh, please, Mr. Harding, please, sir, consider. After all, I'm practically an employee of yours.
You're an employee of mine?
Well, everybody knows that you're the biggest stockholder in the Weaverville National Bank, and, of course, the bank owns this building, so you might say I'm your employee.
By Jove, I believe we will say that.
Mr. Harding, what is this look of wild elation on your face?
Willoughby, this place is filthy. Get to work scrubbing that floor.
Huh?
You heard me hot.
Now, see here.
About your property...
Yes, sir, I'll get a scrubbing brush right away.
I want a real job, Willoughby. You'll use a toothbrush.
A toothbrush?
The property, Willoughby.
Whatever you say, sir.
I understand you have a boy working here who usually takes care of the floor and the garbage. I understand also that he's very badly underpaid.
Well, but Mr. Harding...
Willoughby, I'll consider your property on only one condition. This boy must have a good raise. He's entitled to eat well, live properly, buy good clothes, and run a small car.
Yes, sir. How much should I pay him?
$12 a week.
Yes, sir.
And I want that in writing, Willoughby. I won't even talk about the property until I get it.
Yes, sir, if you say so. I'll take care of it right this minute, Mr. Harding.
Boy, this is really living. I should have thought of a new face long ago. Why, I could have had all the...
Billy, chérie, mon petit chouchou, my beautiful, lovely Billy.
Huh?
Oh, Billy, what is the matter with you? It is me, your little Madeleine.
Oh, you mean... Gee, you're French, huh?
But of course I'm French. What did that accident do to your head? Don't you remember how we used to talk in French for hours?
Oh, sure, man, appetit.
Oh, you darling. Vous n'avez pas besoin d'être si insolente avec moi parce que vous n'êtes même pas venu me voir pendant que j'étais à l'hôpital, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you silly, silly boy. Come here, Billy.
Hey, wait a minute.
Put your arm around me, Billy. Come on, and kiss me, and kiss me.
No, please, this face would never stand up under it.
But, Billy, I don't understand.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Harding. I didn't know you had a visitor.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Willoughby. This is a girl I'm pretty sure I go steady with.
I beg your pardon.
So,
She did follow you here. I've caught you two together at last, eh?
What right have you to object? Billy is mine.
How dare you? I'm his wife.
Oh, but it is me, love.
What?
Perhaps I'd better leave.
Oh, no, please, stay and keep me company.
Billy, you come here.
Don't you listen to her, Billy. You're mine.
Yours? Oh, he spent every day for the last 5 years with me. Is that not true, Billy?
If you say so.
Oh, yes. Well, he spent every night of the last 10 years in our home. Isn't that true, Billy?
You bet. Gee, I wonder how I ever got time to run the railroad.
His wife, and I'm taking him. He belongs to me.
And I say he belongs to me.
Oh, is that so? Come here, Billy.
You take your hands off him. Come here, Billy.
Girls, please, you're getting awfully grabby.
He's mine, I say. Now let go of him.
I will not. I'll show you.
Hey, wait, don't hit her.
So, you're taking her part, eh? All right, take that.
Ooh. Why, how dare you hit my Billy in the... Why, Billy, your nose came off.
That's a wig he's wearing. This isn't my husband.
Dennis. Why, you...
Mr. Willoughby, believe me, I can...
Forced me to give you a raise, huh? Wanted me to scrub my own floor with a toothbrush. I suppose you also wanted me to carry out the garbage.
Oh, no, sir. I'll go right in and get to work on it.
Yes, do that. Only we're not carrying it out in pails anymore. We have a new system. Here.
Oh, my gosh, a pair of tweezers.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's the fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate. Scene, a party, with everyone in a conga line, except our Colgate leading man. Why? Let's find out.
Come on, Bill, get into line. No use wasting a waist, especially a waist like Judy's.
You can say that again, chum. But Judy's been signaling me to keep my distance. Sure wish I knew why.
Oh, you're out of step with Judy because of just one thing, Bill. And for the straight dope on that, you better see your dentist.
And here's what Bill found out. Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing one of his most recent RCA Victor recordings, Christmas Dreaming.
I'm doing my Christmas dreaming, a little early this year. No sign of snow. Dream.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is Vern Smith reminding you that if your community did not observe daylight saving time, the Dennis Day program may be heard starting next week at a different time, so consult your local newspaper. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Halls of Ivy, featuring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. And now, the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It might reasonably seem that after many years of experience, the opportunities and importunities of a college president's life would have become so standardized and so repetitious that all problems could be settled by rule of thumb. But the trouble with using a rule of thumb is that it's too frequently one knuckle short of adequacy. As Dr. Hall, Ivy's president, says to his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English Theater,
Vicky, do you know what my father used to say?
But I've heard a great many things your father used to say, darling, although I'm sure you often confuse what he used to say with what you're about to say.
In this instance, there's no confusion. He really said it.
Said what?
He said, the uses of adversity may be sweet, but they are definitely not fattening.
Well, that's very good. Yeah, but from what you tell me of your father, Toddy, Confucius was just an Oriental Milton Berle by comparison.
I'd hardly go that far, my darling, although they probably did have one thing in common.
Your father and Milton Berle?
Oh, no. My father and Confucius.
Oh, yeah, well, both philosophers, huh?
Well, yes, but I was referring rather to my father's fondness for the Chinese game of mahjong.
Mahjong? Confucius? Well, isn't that like saying Napoleon played a hot game of gin rummy?
It may be a slight anachronism, but the Chinese have played mahjong for 8 centuries at least.
When they pick up a fad, they hang on to it, don't they?
A very tenacious race, and one which I have long admired. Compare canasta and mahjong. In only 2 or 3 years, we have introduced canasta, changed the rules, added variations, improved it, transformed it into a game called samba, and will probably within a short time discard it. On the other hand, mahjong, played for 1,000 years with few, if any, variations. How did we get here?
Over here in China, you mean? Well, we started with your inscrutable father, whom we left standing on the devious dock, and then, regretfully, leaving the beautiful pagan island of Hula Bula, whose happy natives wave farewell from the palm line shore, we once again board our great white ship in the harbor of Fui Fui.
No.
Sail away into the cold
No,
sun.
please, yes, stop the film.
Oh, what's the matter? Did you run out of popcorn?
No, but I wasn't asking for a complete resume of the, I remember. Yes, it started with my father's observation on the sweet but non-fattening uses of adversity.
Yeah, well, it's nice to be home again, isn't it? Yeah, but what's the adversity? Something in the morning mail?
A very shrewd and quite feminine deduction.
Well, what's feminine about it?
The instinctive reaction of a female in the presence of a communication on paper. Oh, bad news, undoubtedly. Hold the telegram up to the light. Shake the envelope. Listen to the package. On the other hand, a woman responds to the ring of a telephone with the happy anticipation of great good fortune.
You answered, yes, probably bad news.
The lengths to which a wife will go to shatter her husband's complacency. Dr. Hall speaking. Who? Oh, yes. Yes, I just read your letter. And I'll be glad to talk to you. Oh, yes, please do. Come right over. Goodbye.
Now that, I take it, referred to the adversity in the morning mail.
Yes. Although adversity is probably too strong a word, except that it poses a problem for Prexy. That was Dr. Franklin Jarvis, Ivy class of 23.
Dr. Jarvis? MD? PhD? DDT?
No, big. My darling, a DDT is not a degree.
Oh.
In this case, it is DD, a Doctor of Divinity, which makes the phrase, let us pray, quite a different matter. But Dr. Jarvis has a son here at Ivy, Ben Jarvis. You know him?
Not well, but I know who he is. Wherever you see a bunch of students around a piano singing or dancing or just listening, the boy at the piano is probably Ben Jarvis.
Oh, I see. Is he gifted?
Definitely. Do you remember a clever number in the last Junior Follies? A piano number in which the piano went to complete discord at the end. It was called The Wreck of the Old 88.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was very amusing. Yes, although the title had and still has me a bit baffled.
Well, in musical circles, dear, well, at least in non-classical circles, a piano is known as an 88. 88 keys, you know.
The wreck of the... Oh, yes, I...
You see, the clarinet now is called a licorice stick, and the xylophone a wood pile, the drums are known as the skins, the trombone is a slip horn, and fiddle's a scratch box, the bass is a dog house.
Thank you, darling. I'm happy to be married to such an informed critic.
Yeah, well, nobody deems me a tailor, but I know my way around the pops.
The pops?
Popular music.
Oh, I was afraid you were referring to the more elderly musicians. Now then, what were we saying about Mahjong?
Oh, no, darling. We left Mahjong 20 minutes ago. Oh. We were up to the Reverend Franklin Jarvis.
Oh, yes, the Reverend Jarvis is perturbed. He's on his way over for advice and assistance.
Well, one doesn't usually think of a clergyman asking for help and advice from a layman. It's like a dentist asking what to do for a toothache.
Oh, on the contrary, I suppose a conscientious churchman cannot dismiss his troubles as easily as one who is not so concerned with the human soul. He most of all knows that one person's small trouble is like a pebble cast into a pond. The spreading ripples can disturb the water to the farthest shore.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's the pebble. I'll swim out and let him in.
Let me see now. Things to remember. Xylophone is a doghouse. Piano is an 88. Clarinet is
Mrs. Hall?
Yes, indeed. Dr. Hall is expecting you. Please come in.
Thank you.
William, here's Dr. Jarvis.
How do you do?
Good morning, sir. I have been in this house before, I think, for disciplinary reasons. 1921 and 22.
Well, one doesn't think of a divinity student requiring discipline, Dr. Jarvis.
More than anyone. While I'm not an advocate of unsmiling grimness in religion, an undisciplined shepherd is incapable of controlling his flock. Don't you agree, Doctor?
I gather you consider your son Ben one of the undisciplined, Doctor.
Yes, Doctor,
Well, excuse me, I don't like to interrupt, but is there some way you can avoid the yes, doctor, no, doctor exchange? I feel like I was in the middle of a consultation about my appendix.
Well, it's a little confusing, isn't it?
Yes.
However, I am frequently and quite properly addressed as Mr.
Well, frankly, I'm less concerned with titles than with my errand. President Hall...
President, now that solves it.
President Hall, I am concerned about my son, Ben.
Well, I think I know why, but I'd like to hear your views.
Very well. I am a clergyman. My father, Franklin Jarvis Sr., was a clergyman. His father, John Ward Jarvis, was a famous churchman.
Of course, yes. John Jarvis, known affectionately to his congregation as Jack in the pulpit. Yes, my own father knew him very well. And admired him.
Thank you. Anyway, with an unbroken line of ministers in the Jarvis family, I naturally wanted Ben to keep up the tradition. Took it for granted, I'm afraid. Now I find he's majoring in music, but I want your help in getting him back on the right track.
You know, he's a very talented musician. Isn't it possible he is on the right track?
Dr. Jarvis, one of my duties as president of this college is to act, as far as I am equipped and capable, as a vocational counselor. To see that talents are channeled, natural tendencies properly guided, and mere avocation subordinated to a principal objective.
Yes, but in Ben's case, the ministry is the principal objective. although he doesn't seem to realize it.
Well, it's a fine calling, Dr. Jarvis. But is it a call if you don't hear it?
I'm afraid Ben hasn't listened. He couldn't be a fourth-generation Jarvis without feeling some urge toward the church. I don't want to force the boy into a field for which he feels no interest or for which he has no gift. But I do feel that this musical excursion of his is merely a tangent, a temporary fascination, and that his inherited vocation is preaching the gospel.
Now, believe me, Dr. Jarvis, I can readily see your point, and I sympathize with it. I should like to talk to your son. We're with you present.
Any time you say, sir.
If, as you believe, his instinct, unrecognized, is for the ministry, I shall be only too glad to help put him right. However, if I feel music is his real goal, I should have to encourage it in every way possible.
Yeah, I think William the Dr. Jarvis feels Ben doesn't really know himself yet, and a little push in the right direction might do the trick.
Exactly, Mrs. Harpo. It isn't that I want to exert any unfair pressure on the boy. But in later years, I wouldn't want to know that the church had lost a great clergyman for want of help and encouragement.
That's quite understandable. And I almost hope that he will see things your way, Dr. Jarvis. These are days of confusion, uncertainty, and cynicism. I think the world would welcome a new voice which could inspire a renaissance of hope and faith.
I have prayed for Ben to be that voice.
Of course you have, Dr. Jarvis. But if the prayer is not answered your way, it may very well mean that the answer is wiser than the request.
Yes, I know.
Not being omnipotent ourselves, we must adjust to the power that is. My friend Dr. George Headley, chaplain of Mills College in California, wrote a prayer which expresses it very well. It goes, "My Father God, who walkest here with me, I know thy steps are shortened for my sake. This is my prayer, that I may learn to take a longer stride, to keep in pace with thee." Vicky, dear, will you see if you can get Ben Jarvis on the phone?
We find Dr. and Mrs. Hall awaiting the arrival of the Reverend Franklin Jarvis and his son Ben, who seems to prefer the study of music to the study of religion. Mrs. Hall says,
You know, Toddy, I do hope Ben Jarvis goes on with music.
Yes, darling, I know what you mean. A composer who can lift the spirits of 1 million people with a song is to me a definite force for good, and as much on the side of the angels as any theologian.
Yeah, like the old poem by Guy Carroll, do you remember?
No, why?
You call it a waste of time, this taste for popular music, and yet goodbye to care when you whistle the air, the song you can't forget.
Yes, that I think is what I was trying to say.
Incidentally, I like Reverend Jarvis. He's nice.
Oh, yes, I agree with you. He's that happy medium between the humorless bigot and the hail fellow type who thinks he must knock his parishioners into their pews with a slap on the back.
Yes. Do you remember that sweet little vicar we met when we were on that bicycle trip in England?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, where was it? Glastonbury?
Yes, I believe it was Glastonbury, the Glastonbury Inn, where we stopped to get some of the local cheddar.
I always loved the Somerset country. Do you remember when we rode up to the inn and got off our bicycles, and then you said...
Victoria! Oh, Victoria!
Yes, William?
Let's pull up a few minutes, shall we? I want some cheddar.
Some what?
Cheddar! Cheese! Didn't you say they make it near here?
No, but that's what I get for letting you read the guidebooks before I take you somewhere. You always know more about the places than I do. But do let's stop. It's heavenly here.
Well, wait till I take these clips off my trouser cuffs. They make me look like a paratrooper.
Oh, you look lovely as a paratrooper. With your yellow jersey and your brown face and a little tuft of hair sticking up at the back. I like being with you, William.
When you look at me like that, I'm still floating in air. I wonder if love has the power to suspend the law of gravity.
Oh, I'm sure it does. It's working on me, too. I haven't come down to earth for ages. I must be a girl paratrooper.
Welcome to the regiment, my sweet. I shall award you herewith the Order of the Beating Heart for beauty beyond all reasonable requirements.
Pin it on and kiss me. Oh, darling.
Oh, Victoria, you're lovely. And oh, what lovely country this is.
Well, of course. We're in the true Vale of Avalon.
It breathes history.
Camelot was right over there. And when King Arthur came riding down that night... I'm so sorry. Well, it serves me right for pointing.
Madam, the regret is mine for having met the great Victoria Cromwell so late in life and after entering the clergy.
well, thank you. And I really didn't mean to stab the local clergy in the eye.
Miss Cromwell, things are not so lost to control in my vicarage that one eye would not be sufficient. Pardon me, sir, for the intrusion. I am George Wilson.
Oh, no intrusion at all, Vicar. My name is William Hall, and I'm engaged to marry Miss Cromwell. An announcement which I'm prepared to make on any and all occasions.
I gathered as much. England's loss will be America's gain. Or am I jumping to conclusions?
Oh, no. It was a very accurate guess.
Well, how did you know, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, in several ways.
Really?
Mr. Hall's obvious discomfort in riding his bicycle on the left side of the road.
Oh?
It's quite American clothing, and the fact that no true Englishman would have the temerity to take any action, matrimonial or otherwise, which would remove Miss Victoria Cromwell from British soil.
It makes me sound like a monument.
Vicar, I can understand your grief at Miss Cromwell's imminent departure, but at the same time, I am proud to add to my own country's art treasures.
Oh, go on. I'm loving every minute of it.
We were just admiring your countryside, Vicar.
Yes, the professor says it breathes history.
Yes, it's true. Under one of those mounds, we call them the Mounts of St. Michael, is supposed to lie buried the Holy Grail, brought to this place by Joseph of Arimathea. This is consecrated ground. It has both a secular and a religious history.
Yes, one can feel it. The guidebooks also speak of the Holy Thorn.
Yes, at Christmastide, the Holy Thorn planted from the staff of Joseph bursts into bloom on these hillsides. At that time, it becomes a Mecca for the devout. And when the bells start ringing, which seem to echo from the cathedral city of Wells, a short distance over the hills...
Well, I can hear them now, the chimes from the cathedral.
Oh, dear, that's the doorbell.
The doorbell of the inn, but I didn't see anyone.
The doorbell.
Oh, yes, the doorbell. Yes, of course.
Oh, my goodness, where were you?
I was at Glastonbury, my dear, with you. And the little vicar. You know, we never did get that cheddar.
Well, we'll go back sometime, darling. They'll save some for us.
Oh, I'm being very rude, keeping our own visiting vicar standing at the door. Excuse me. Dr. Jarvis, come in, please.
Thank you.
And this is Ben?
Yes, sir. We were afraid for a moment we'd misjudged the time, Dr. Hall.
Oh, no. And I apologize for not answering the bell sooner. We were reminiscing about another churchman and... Victoria. May I present Ben Jarvis?
Hello, Ben.
Hello, Mrs. Hall. I'm glad to meet you, Mrs. Hall, finally. You know, if I may say so without sounding fresh, Well, no, I better not.
Oh, no. Go ahead, Ben. I have a feeling it was complimentary.
Well, I was going to say that Mrs. Hall is a kind of pin-up girl to a lot of the students.
Ben, please, I don't think Mrs. Hall would...
No, quite the contrary, Dr. Jarvis. Mrs. Hall would indeed. Now, thank you, Ben. It was very nice.
Well, she's done so much for the music and drama classes that... Oh, you know.
I know quite well, Ben, and I'm as pleased as she is. I understand you have a great gift for music.
Oh, I don't know about being gifted, Dr. Hall, but I love it. And I've had 3 songs published. Next year, I expect to make enough on my music to pay expenses the rest of the way through college.
I find that I've come on a fairly fruitless errand, Dr. Hall. I talked to Ben on the way over here.
Oh, then you've made a definite decision, Ben? Between music and carrying on the family tradition?
Yes, sir, I have. Believe me, I'm sorry to wreck my father's plans, and it was no snap decision either. But I'd feel more at home playing the organ in the church than preaching from the pulpit.
But, Ben, your whole background, your heritage, your family for 3 generations has been identified with the church.
Yes, sir, I realize that. I guess I'm a biological sport.
If I may say so, Dr. Jarvis, I don't think the Jarvises have lost a family gift. I think maybe they've gained one.
I'm not closing my mind to that thought, Mrs. Hall. But I do think that in these troubled times, there is a higher calling than turning out popular tunes, profitable as it seems to be.
Oh, I doubt if history has written many pages which were not called troubled. And as long as your son has made a firm and definite decision, I cannot but applaud his courage. I'm sure it wasn't an easy choice.
Dr. Hall is right, Dad. It was a real struggle. It isn't the money or the success or seeing my name on a lead sheet. It's just that
Well, anything I have to say, I can say better with music.
Well, if it's good music, Ben, that says something, you can reach a lot of people with it.
I think so, too, Mrs. Hall. I really think I can do some good with music.
Oh, I'm sure you can. A light air can sometimes lift a heavy heart, which is an organ everyone possesses and for which all great music is composed.
I'm afraid I'm outvoted, President Hall. All I can say to Ben now is good luck. And don't forget your grace notes.
Thanks, Ben. Mrs. Hall, may I use your piano?
Well, of course you may.
Why, Ben?
Just to show you that I'm not completely frivolous about this. I'd like to play a song I wrote while I was wrestling with my conscience.
Well, we'd all like to hear the song, Ben. What's it called?
It's called I Just Telephone Upstairs. Here it is.
I just telephone upstairs when I'm troubled. Never need to drop a nickel in it all. And the boss is there waiting. I'm not exaggerating. He's sitting there waiting for my call. I just telephone upstairs when I'm troubled. And it gets a little rugged here below. While the boss's phone is ringing, my weary heart starts singing, and suddenly I hear him say, hello. It's a long way to heaven, but I'm sure to get there by and by. For if I can see the road ahead of me, I dial the operator in the sky. I just telephone upstairs when I'm troubled. Never waste my time worrying at all. When I don't know where I'm going, he's got his way of knowing. He's sitting there waiting for my call. He's sitting there waiting for my call.
Ben, shake hands with a man who knows a better sermon than he can preach himself. I've never been so glad to be wrong.
Maybe you weren't wrong. Maybe I can still preach my own way. Unless my castles in the air are just shacks.
Castles in the air are all right, Ben, if you put foundations under them.
That's good advice, son.
I'll take it. At this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Others in our cast were Ted Osborne, Bry Billsbury, Eric Snowden, and Thurl Ravenscroft. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn and Audrey Call. Miss Call is the first violinist in our Henry Russell Orchestra and the composer of I Just Telephone Upstairs, presented tonight for the first time.
And we will know fall, the footsteps of us all will echo down the hall and disappear. But as we sadly start our journeys far apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow. We'll remember halls of ivy in the sweet afterglow.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
And Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
A few days ago, the whole country was filled with a festive holiday spirit. 129,999,999 people had a great time. Only one person had a miserable day. And who was that one person? You guessed it, Mel Blanc. It all started with the annual Easter egg hunt in Mel Blanc's little town. It seems that the local merchants offered cash prizes to anyone who found an egg with their ad written on it, and Mel Blanc would... Well, let's start at the beginning. It was just an ordinary day, and young couples were discussing the weather. In the park, a couple was saying,
Oh, Dave, it's 2 weeks past spring.
Yes, and it's about time I gave you a kiss.
And in another part of town could be heard,
Oh, Will, it's 2 weeks past spring.
Yes, it's about time I gave you a kiss.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where we find Mel and his girlfriend, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
Oh, Mel, it's 2 weeks past spring.
Yes, and it's about time I stopped wearing my long winter underwear.
That was Mel Blanc in a romantic mood. But now we find Mel and Betty discussing a more serious topic.
Say, by the way, Mel, how's business?
Well, Betty, it started out terrible, and it's been falling off ever since. There just doesn't seem to be any more fix-it work in this town.
You mean you fixed everything so it can't be broken again?
No, I've broken everything so it can't be fixed again. Well, I'm in a sad way financially, Betty.
Well, have you tried getting a GI loan?
Yeah, but I can't find a GI who wants to give me a loan.
Stop being silly. Can't you get what you need at the bank?
Well, not anymore. Mr. Grimes, the banker, told me not to come back again.
Well, how can you get a loan without the bank?
Easy. I just fill my pen at the post office.
Gosh, Mel, you really are broke.
Betty, I'm so broke that yesterday when I weighed myself, the penny came back with a card saying, Here, you need it more than we do.
Oh, Mel, stop being such a defeatist. If you only advertise the Fix-It shop more, you do a lot better business. I'll bet you haven't even got an egg in the egg hunt.
Oh, yes, I have, Betty. It's marked Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, and if anybody finds it, they get a prize.
Well, Blum's Candies is offering $25 for their egg, and my father's supermarket's offering $50 for his egg. What are you giving with your egg?
bacon, and a side order of potatoes. Either that or $1 in cash.
Oh, $1. No wonder you never get anywhere, and Father doesn't think anything of you.
Oh, hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Father.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Mel Blanc, you idiot. I asked you to fix my cash register. What have you done to it?
Well, gosh, Mr. Colby, I ran out of parts, so I substituted them with some from a jukebox I was fixing.
A jukebox? No wonder.
Why? What happened to the cash register?
Plenty. Every time I ring up a nickel, it plays How Are Things in Glockamore. Mel Blanc, you're a failure and a moral.
Oh, but Mr. Colby...
Leave me. I'm telling you this for your own good. Oh, I wish someone had taken the trouble to tell me how to become a fine, decent, upstanding citizen when I was young.
Well, gosh, Mr. Colby, maybe it isn't too late yet.
What? Why, you imbecile. You talk that way to me. Why, I'll bet the cigar I'm smoking costs more than you've made all week.
Oh, I wouldn't be too sure of that, Mr. Colby. I wouldn't be too sure. How much did it cost?
Well, maybe I was too hasty. 10 cents.
Maybe I was too hasty. You win.
Just as I thought. And what, may I ask, are you offering to the one who finds your egg in the contest? A quarter?
No, $1. No, $100.
$100? Well, Mel, my son, if you can afford to offer $100, you must be going places.
Yeah, I wonder if I can make the next train to Mexico.
Well, I certainly would like to know where your egg is hidden, you nincom... Come to see us anytime, Mel. Come, Betty. Let's go. Goodbye, future son-in-law.
Goodbye, future. Oh, what a fix I got myself into. $100. Where can I get that much money? Maybe I can go to Joe's pawn shop and talk to him about my watch. Joe won't give it back to me. I gotta do something.
Hello, Mel. How are you?
Oh, Professor Potchnick, my favorite teacher. You look peeved about something, Professor.
I am. I was sitting in the park and some kids were painting Easter eggs. Then I dozed off for a while.
What happened?
When I woke up, my nose was red, white, and blue. Mel, you don't look so good yourself. What's the matter?
Oh, Professor, I'm in terrible trouble. I need money.
Mel, my boy, I would give you the shirt off my back. And it would fit you, too, because it's your shirt.
Thanks, Potch.
You know me, Mel. Money never meant a thing to me. When I first married my wife, I never worried about money. If she asked for $5, I'm letting her have it. If she needed 10, I'm letting her have it. If she needed 100, I'm letting her have it.
Well, why were you so generous with your money?
I said no. She's letting me have it.
Professor, I need $100 to pay the person who finds my egg.
You too? The Chamber of Commerce talked me into entering my egg for $50. I haven't got the money either. What do we... Say, Mel, I got an idea.
What is it?
I'll find your egg and you'll find my egg. It's a regular egg and I. You're Fred McMurray and I'm Claudette Goldbergs.
Professor, that's a great idea. My egg is almost impossible to find. I hid it in a place no one would ever think of. The egg bin in Mr. Colby's supermarket. Who would ever have thought of that?
Me, that's where I hid mine. Well, now we got nothing to worry about.
Yep, you save $50 and I save $100. Oh, I'll get the phone. Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
This is the mayor's office, Mr. Blank. We've just issued a new ruling.
Yes?
Any merchant offering a prize in the contest cannot take part in the egg hunt.
What? You mean I can't find Professor Potchnick's egg and he can't find mine?
That's right. Goodbye.
Professor, did you hear that?
Hear it? I've already passed out and come to. Mel, what are you going to do?
Professor, as soon as I come to, I'm going to pass out.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and If This Isn't Love.
What we've got to tell you is entirely confidential at this moment. A secret, we've got a little secret. A secret kind of secret. We're aching for to shout it to every daffodil and tell the world about it. In fact, we think we will. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as a daisy.
With moons all around and cows jumping over.
And cows are jumping all over. There's something amiss, and we'll eat our hats if this isn't love. We're feeling like an apple on top of William Tell.
With this I cannot grapple.
Because you so adore a bell. If this isn't love,
then winter is summer,
autumn, spring, and fall. If this isn't love,
my heart needs a plumber,
and that isn't all. We're swinging on stars, we're riding on rainbows, we're busting with bliss, and we'll kiss your hand if this isn't love.
Mel Blanc and trouble again, as usual. To make a good impression on Mr. Colby, Mel offered $100 to anyone finding his egg in the annual egg hunt, and now Mel has got to get the money back in some way or pay $100, which he doesn't have. But now to add to Mel's troubles, along comes Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Hello, Hartley. What do you know?
Only what every girl tells me. Hartley, you're wonderful. Hartley, you're beautiful. Hartley, you're adorable. No, boy, it'll break the heart of every girl who calls, but I'm taking myself to Niagara Falls.
Oh, Hartley, the way you raved, you'd think every woman was crazy about you.
Well, form your own conclusion, Mel, but the telephone company comes to me for their phone numbers. In fact, statistics show that last year, 200 women dialed the operator and said, I want a policeman. 400 women said, I want a fireman. And 28,749 said, I want Hartley Benson. I tell you, Mel, it's gotten so that I can't keep my receiver on the hook, and it's cramping my style.
Why?
Well, as soon as I'm out with a girl, 3 minutes, I say, deposit another 5 cents, please.
You must get plenty of slugs.
Mel, old boy, you'll need more than slugs to pay the $100 to the person finding your egg. Well, how can you afford so much? Look, old boy, look at the way you're dressed.
Hartley Benson, I'm dressed in the latest style. When I get a letter, it's addressed to Mel Blanc, Esquire.
Well, you may have that distinction, Mel, old boy, but when I get a letter, it's addressed to Hartley Benson, Woman's Home Companion. Mel, I'm practically a household necessity.
So is a mousetrap.
Now, that's getting very nasty. And to you I say, Now that I've blown my top, I must go. And I leave you with the two most beautiful words in the English language, Hartley Benson. Goodbye, old Mel. Nice old seeing you.
What an old character. That if he could get his parents' consent, he'd marry himself. Oh, but that still doesn't solve the problem of how to get my egg out of Mr. Colby's egg bin.
Hello, Mel.
Hello, Mighty Potentate. Ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Say, Mighty Potentate, I noticed the flag flying at half-mast outside your house. Are you commemorating some tragic event?
Oh, yes, Mel. My wedding anniversary.
Oh, too bad. I mean, congratulations. How long have you and your wife been married, Mighty Pote?
Yesterday, Mel, was the 20th round. Tell you, Mel, I'd been better off I'd married John L. Sullivan. John fought clean. You know, I'll never forget the day we were married. It was in 1929.
Well, that's the year of the big crash.
Yeah. Looked as though the whole thing fell on my wife's face. You know, Mel, I should have known there was something wrong at the ceremony. You know how on the back of every bridal auto it says, just married?
Yeah?
On the back of our car it said, condemned.
Mighty Potentate, how come I wasn't invited to your anniversary party?
Well, Mel, I tell you, it was just for relatives and my wife's friends. Naturally, we had only relatives. What a party. When I carved the turkey, my wife stood next to me and she said, John, carve the wing for Cousin George. Now carve for Uncle Leon. Carve Tom. And carve me. Gad, what a temptation.
Well, what part of the turkey did you finally carve for your wife?
Ha! I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Buck up, Mighty Potentate. You think you've got troubles. I've got a $100 egg in Colby's egg bin. How can I get it back without Colby recognizing me?
Well, that's easy, Mel. You're good at disguises. Make believe you're an out-of-town farmer buying some eggs. You'll get it back.
Say, that's a great idea. Thanks, Mighty Potentate.
Well, so long, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, Mighty Potentate?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see my favorite brunette, or I can go home and look under the wig I married. Well, Mel,
now to get down to Colby's supermarket. A farmer. Wonder how I sound as a farmer.
Hello, Colby.
Hey, sounds just right. Oh, but Mr. Colby might not let me pick out the eggs I want. I know. I'll send Zuki over to distract his attention in some other part of the supermarket while I pick out my egg. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
Hello, Mr. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. How long is it till Christmas?
Well, Zuki, what can I do for you?
Well, I want a bottle of meat, homogeneous, Elsie's best. And I also want some cheese.
Oh, well, what kind?
It's a American cheddar pot. No, make it Swiss.
Oh, how much?
Well, slice it until I tell you to stop.
Oh, okay. You say when?
Well, stop already. You slice through all the cheese and 2 salamis. Hey, Mr. Colby, why are you hanging around the egg bin?
Well, to tell you the truth, Rookie, I've got my $50 egg hidden in that bin, and I'm not letting anybody get near it.
What?
Oh, excuse me, Rookie. I see another customer coming in. Pardon me. Well, may I help you, sir?
Howdy, Bubba. Say, think the rain will hurt the alfalfa?
I take it you're a farmer.
Yep. I've been milking cows all my life. It's all I ever done, milk cows. Getting so I can't shake a man's hand without putting a pail under it. Oh, but I can't complain. Milking cows pays me a good salary.
Oh, what do you make?
Pull down about 50 a week. Well, I think I'll take a dozen eggs.
Eggs?
Yeah.
Just a second. Why would a farmer buy eggs? Don't you have any chicken?
Oh, sure. In fact, my chickens lay a lot of eggs. I put a radio in the chicken coop, and it made one chicken lay 50 eggs in one day.
A chicken laid 50 eggs in one day because of a radio?
Yep. She got so interested in one program, she dropped everything.
Well, then, what do you want the eggs for?
Well, we use the eggs for hatching purposes. Got me a setting hen. Yeah, she was setting on some eggs when she took sick, and I had to sit on the eggs myself for a week.
What happened?
Have a cigar. Yeah, I'm also having a lot of trouble with my Rhode Island Red.
Trouble with your Rhode Island Red?
Yep, she's being investigated by Congress. But now I'll take my eggs.
All right. But I'll pick them out for you.
You'll pick them out for me. Well, don't bother. I'll be back. What am I going to do now? I got it. I'm desperate. I'll hold him up. I'll take one of these bananas off the stand, wrap a handkerchief around it, and use it as my gun. And I'll put a handkerchief over my face, too. Say, it's a good thing Mother taught me to be neat. Always carry 2 hankies. Well, here I go. Stick 'em up, Colby. This is a holdup.
Oh, don't shoot, mister. Take my money, take my clothes, take my jewelry.
I want none of those.
Well, what do you want?
Your eggs.
My eggs?
Yeah, I steal them all the time. I'm an egg yake.
What?
You've heard of the James boys, Frank and Jesse? Well, I'm one of their brothers.
Well, how come I never heard of you?
I always stayed in the house.
Oh, what's your name?
Home James.
This whole thing sounds highly ridiculous.
Careful now, Colby. I got you covered.
Oh, is that so? Give me that gun.
Be careful, Mr. Colby. You're bending it.
I'm bending it?
Yeah, this isn't really a gun. It's one of your bananas.
Oh, Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
But, Mel, how did you get out of paying $100 for your egg?
Well, you see, Betty, when your father found out it was me, he got so excited he dropped all the eggs.
Oh, then the egg hunt didn't cost you a penny.
Well, not exactly, Betty. It cost me 10 cents.
10 cents?
Yeah, your father made me pay for the banana. Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hopper. Our guest, June Brady, Major Bowes Amateur of the Month. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting that happy hooligan, that jovial jibester, that unique, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, what's the matter, Jimmy? What is that shivering? Your collar turned up. Gosh, you're shaking like the end girl in a Minsky chorus.
Well, Fred, it's this cold weather. It's got me.
Oh, you're well, now don't overdo it, Jake. Well, I know, but normally you shake a lot, but I mean when you're cold on top of your normal condition. You're just one of those thin-blooded guys from California, Jimmy. Why, you get frostbitten just playing North in a bridge game.
Well, at least out in California I can stay warm.
Well, there are ways of keeping warm here, too, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've been sitting on a radiator so long from certain angles I look like a grilled steak. Here, I'll show you.
We don't. We
Hi,
take your
fellas,
word.
what's the chatter?
It's Jimmy's teeth, Kenny. You know, they meet now. He had the top one moved over. It's Jimmy's teeth are chattering. He says he's cold.
You can't take it, eh?
Say, you're from California, too, Kenny. How is it this cold spell hasn't gotten you down?
I carry a portable smudge pot.
That keeps you warm, does it?
All but my feet. You know, my legs are so blue I don't have to wear stockings.
Fine. How do you find your veins? I mean, if you're looking for them. But now look, if you pick up your blue feet and patter away, Kenny.
Gee, F.A., why doesn't this show move out to California?
Now, we are not softies on this program, Kenny Baker. If Gypsy Rose Lee can carry on in this cold, so can we.
Oh, but California's great, F.A. Look at this picture Dennis Day just sent me from Palm Springs.
Oh, which is Dennis?
That's Dennis eating a hamburger.
Oh, without the mustard, huh? Oh, what moronic ecstasy. Dennis lying there in a bathing suit surrounded by a flock of beautiful Paramount bathing beauties. Oh, girls' arms around him. Blondes, brunettes. That gets you, hey?
Boy, I can just taste that hamburger.
And while Kenny's mind munches his meat mirage, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. The Poetry Society of America holds its annual dinner at the Hotel Biltmore, where the Poetry Society Medal is presented to the well-known man about verse, Mr. Robert Frost. Tonight, Texaco News rounds up several poets who were thrown out of the Biltmore lobby trying to crash the Poetry Society's dinner. First, a poet who is an institution.
Hold it, Bud. I ain't no institution.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought you said...
I said I was from an institution. I just got out of Sing Sing.
You were released today?
No, I just got out for tonight. I gotta be back by 12 o'clock.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you ain't back by 12 o'clock, they lock you out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, on a night like this, I ain't taking no chances.
No. But you mean you can get out of Sing Sing at any time to go on the radio?
For sure. I told the warden I got a guest shot tonight.
He didn't object?
He says I'm on Asket Basket myself. We'll drive down to get it.
Fine. Well, I'm sorry you brought him along. I mean, you should have... Fine. Now, you are a poet, you say?
Well, they call me the Leavenworth Longfellow.
The Leavenworth Longfellow, huh? Well, what is your name? I don't think I announced it.
You can call me number 10469.
10469.
Yeah, me real number's 15731.
Well, what is this 10469?
That's me pen name.
And what poem are you going to recite for us, 10469?
It's my latest prison ballad.
And what is it called?
I'm just a hyphen.
I'm just a hyphen.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll go right ahead.
Prisoners plan when they're in prison what they'll do when they go free. I don't plan. I'm just a hyphen. Planning don't mean that to me. You can get sent up for mopery, arson, homicide, and knifing. You'll be out while I'm still in there. Why? Because I'm just a hyphen. What's a hyphen, you can ask me, if your interest don't diminish. I'm a hyphen, I will answer, because my sentence I can't finish.
And why can't you finish your sentence?
What was that?
Why can't you finish your sentence?
I'm doing life.
Thank you. Another poet who was hustled out of the Biltmore lobby was Halsey Swine. What sort of poetry do you write, Halsey?
Oh, I specialize in clothing quatrains.
All of your poems are about garments, wearing apparel.
Mm-hmm. Coats, hats, sneakers, spats, rummage.
Well, where do you do your writing, Halsey? Do you hang around Barney's to get your inspiration?
No. My studio is a clothes closet. I sit behind an old Balmacan and compose.
You do? It must be difficult to find you in there. I mean, so close to the Balmacan. Well, tell what are some of your ready-to-wear rondelets, Halsey?
Oh, I've written so many. There was, The Wrinkle Looked at the Sleeve and Said...
That was a poem, was it? Anything else?
Fess up, old Surge, why are you blue?
Very good. I remember.
Won't you come into my pocket, said the mothball to the moth.
Excellent. Well, what poem have you chosen for tonight?
My latest dactyl. I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know.
You'd rather be a... Well, you go right ahead.
I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know, rather than a muffler or a mangy furbelow. Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know. I'd hate to be a trouser leg, all baggy at the knee. I'd hate to be an old sarong or a fringy old puttee. I'd hate to be a riding habit with my seat about to go. Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know.
Well, thank you.
Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket.
Thank you very much.
I'd rather be a mess.
You certainly are.
Oh, good.
Now, our next rhymester is Professor Felton Dart. Glad to have you here tonight, Professor.
The Bristol Dolphin train is all mine.
I beg your pardon?
The Bristol Dolphin train is all mine.
What is that, a new language?
That's double talk. I am an authority on double talk.
Oh, really? What is double talk, Professor?
Double talk is just talk with lumps in it.
Oh, in other words...
It's scuttled by the ball with the accent on Beveltron, if you see what I mean.
That explains it thoroughly. You write poetry in double talk, do you, Professor?
Yes, I am the only double talk singer in the world today.
Well, what are some of your better-known double talk poems, Professor?
Will ignore for dorsal gross?
Yes, I've heard
Pub
of it.
job films by night. Vorpal with a light brown crow's name.
I've heard Well, have you a double talk poem for us this evening, Professor?
Yes, I call it Mother Dear, the Molotov Wave.
Well, if you will.
Yes. Mother Dear, the Molotov Wave, kill a pea from Squidia, wanna dip the pumpet wet. The mother said, for pity off. Father Dear, the Molotov snowed, Torbrist and Lennesy, Valentine's by Bumble Lights. The father just said, Prenacy.
A masterpiece, Professor.
Weeble Morbid, Mr. Allen.
Weeble Morbid, and good luck to you, Professor. Now, last and by all means least, Miss Mimi Schlepp. Miss Schlepp?
Could you say kindly I am appearing through the courtesy of the Delicatessen Guild?
The Delicatessen Guild is a literary group?
It is like the Poetry Society, only with an accent.
Oh, I see.
Also, it is affiliated with the Sausage Sonneteers,
Yeah?
the Bards of the Blinzer,
Yeah?
and the Pastrami Poets Union.
Oh, these are all poets' unions, are they?
Well, to me, it is obvious.
Well, oh, dull old I didn't catch on.
I am explaining. In the Delicatessen Guild, we are rhyming only with delicatessen.
Well, how do you mean?
Delicatessen writers are specializing.
Oh.
Pickle poets is rhyming only pickles.
Yeah?
Rye bread poets is rhyming only rye bread. And, this I could keep up indubitably.
No doubt.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What is your particular specialty, Mimi? What denizen of the delicatessen do you write about?
Chickens.
Chickens?
Only poems about chickens I am rhyming.
Well, are you going to recite a chicken poem for us tonight?
Honey.
Really? What is your chicken poem called?
Agony.
Agony. Well, if you carry on, go right ahead.
Thank you. Little chicken on a hook, what are you thinking? And where do you look? Do you wish a curse on the world and man for what they have done to you, little hand? First, you're an egg. You're out with a peck. When you are fat, they're wringing your neck. The butcher is taking your giblets away. Your liver tomorrow will be an entree. When your insides are out, you're an open book. Then, little chicken, you're on a hook.
Oh, how true.
This could be life. Man is a chicken. The world is a hook for the man who will licken. So with faith and with courage, we face the outlook. Man may be a chicken, but not on a hook, I thank you.
I'm sure Mr. Schlepp will win the Pulitzer Prize for 1941. And now we turn from poetry to music as Kenny Baker sings "May I Never Love Again."
May I never see the sun go down. May I never feel the fall of rain. If the love that I declare isn't all that's right and fair, may I never love again. May I never see the blue of the sky, nor the moon and stars that lovers lay. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say. May I never love again. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love again. Oh, my dear, can't you see that you're all the world to me? I can't think or do a thing without your love. I confess I'm not so smart, but I'm talking from my heart. You're the one thing in my life I'm thinking of. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love again.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a brief clinical report from Dr. James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. Shoot the dud dope to us, Doc Boy.
No, please don't let him do it.
But don't let him do... Who is this? Don't let him do what, friend?
Wallington must not talk of duds tonight.
Well, who are you to give out with an edict like that?
I, sir, am Darrell Ulysses Droop.
Darrell Ulysses Droop?
Doesn't the name mean anything to you? My initials are D-U-D.
Dud?
Yes, Dud. Everywhere I go, people see my initials. They make some crack about me being a useless element. It's got to stop at once, you hear me?
Now, just a minute. Don't raise your voice in here, Darrell Ulysses Droop. Now, maybe you haven't realized it, Darrell, but you're performing an important public service by making people think of duds. Don't you agree, Dr. Wallington?
And how, Fred? It is important to think of duds, those useless, slow-action elements in gasoline, especially when you get into your car these cold mornings. Because when you press on the starter, the gallons in your tank don't count. You're calling for instant response from just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And if there are any of those sluggish duds there, elements that won't vaporize quickly, won't take the first spark, then you'll keep your foot on the starter that much longer, running down your battery. But you won't be slowed up by duds with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. They're out, removed by a vital step in Texaco refining. So for fast starts, quick pickup, and ready power, next time try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. At regular gasoline prices, you'll be buying all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Goodman has just completed a nursery rhyme medley. The songs, Farmer in the Dell, London Bridge is Falling Down, and Good Night Lady. Say, Maestro...
I, Goodman, am on deck.
Well, tell me, what is the idea of suddenly playing this nursery music tonight? Is radio going back to its second childhood? Or did you get a request from some kindergarten?
Confidentially, my wife, Mrs. Goodman, is asking me to play it.
Why?
At home by Goodman as a baby.
So?
So every night, to put the baby to sleep, my wife, Mrs. Goodman, is singing nursery songs.
So?
So tonight, my wife...
Mrs. Goodman.
Who else?
I'm talking that way now. Well, what about the nursery rhymes?
Tonight, my wife is getting an invitation.
So?
So my wife is putting the radio in the cradle.
Yeah.
Goodman is playing the nursery songs. The baby is going to sleep. Next door, meanwhile, my wife is nicely playing pinochle.
Well, now tell me, what are you going to do, suppose, if the baby wakes up?
The janitor will call me. Over the radio to the baby, I, Goodman, will tell a bedtime story.
Over the radio and my dead body, you tell a bedtime story. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, you look nice and healthy, outdoory tonight.
Yes, I've been out all week looking for the groundhog.
Well, wasn't the groundhog supposed to function last Sunday?
Yes, but he didn't come out. Monday, he didn't come out again.
2 days running, he didn't come out. He's consistent, isn't he? Well, do you know why the groundhog didn't come out?
I heard it's because the shadow left the groundhog and went on the radio.
They split up. Now, look, Portland, Boy Scout Week starts this Friday. Why don't you do your good deed and go away?
But I've got 3 more lines here.
No kidding. How did they get in there?
Honey's a Boy Scout. He gave me a joke. That was his good deed for today.
Uh-huh. He gave you a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm taking it out. That's my good deed for today.
Speaking of Boy Scouts, did you hear Jack Benny's show Sunday?
Say, do you think that had something to do with the groundhog not coming out? The groundhog didn't want to lower himself socially. What did I hear? I heard that program Sunday. You know that program last Sunday is the best program Jell-O has had since it's been on the air? Didn't you like it?
I was a little disappointed.
Disappointed in what?
In Jack. He was trying to impersonate Herbert Marshall. If that sounded like Herbert Marshall...
Well, that was Herbert Marshall.
Well, if it was Herbert Marshall, he certainly didn't sound like Jack Benny.
Well, Benny wasn't on the program Sunday. It was 2 other fellows, Lum and Abner, I think. Or vice versa. But never mind old Suction Pocket. What about our guest?
Tonight, we welcome Major Bow's Amateur of the Month.
And her name is?
Miss June Brady.
Well, good evening, Miss Brady.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You know, I always find myself in a quandary addressing our between-age guests. Now, shall I call you Miss Brady, or would you rather have me call you June?
I think I prefer June, Mr. Allen.
Well, fine. Now, how old are you, June, if you don't mind telling?
I'm 16.
Sweet 16?
I don't think that's for me to say, Mr. Allen.
You don't really? Well, all right. I'll meet you halfway. You say you're 16, and I'll say you're sweet. That's fair enough, isn't it? Tell me, June, are you a maid of Manhattan?
No, I was born in Detroit, but I've spent most of my life in Los Angeles. And now I'm going to Mother Cabrini High School here in New York.
Well, how did you ever get here from California? You didn't take a wrong turn out driving on the Lincoln Highway, did you?
No. Mother brought me to New York because there are more opportunities for young singers to.
Well, Mother knows best, June. This is your first professional engagement tonight. Now, you're not nervous at the thought of receiving your initial salary, are you?
If you really want to know the truth, I am.
Your check won't bounce, June. I give you my word. And before we start, I want to tell you how much I enjoyed your singing and your imitations on Major Bow's program a few weeks ago.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Say, tell me about Brother Bowes. How did you like the Major? Was he nice to you?
Yes, of course. Major Bowles is nice to everyone on his program.
Well, he certainly is. You know, sometimes he goes out of town just to be nice to a unit. I was on the Major's program once. He stepped on a couple of my laughs, but we got along swell outside of that. But I'm only joking, June. Before you sing and do your impersonations, may I say that both Major Bowes and I wish you every success in the years to come.
Thank you.
Now, what is your number?
I'm going to sing So You're the One, as it might be sung by some of our favorite movie stars.
You go right ahead.
My heart said, leave it to me. And here we are, which goes to show you how smart a heart can be. So you're the one, well, what do you know? I'm the one who's needed you so. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that, I love you. So you're the one, my dear. Oh, so you're the one. Well, how do you do? Oh, I'm the one who's waited for you, but now I can't go home.
All right, I wondered how I'd know you really are, did I? But my heart said leave it to me.
And here we are, which goes to show you a ratty hot, smart, hot candy, ratty pan. Oh, dearie me, so you're the one. Well, what do you know? Oh, dear, I'm the one who's been needing you so. Oh, dear.
Look at the courageous people. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that. I love you. So you're the one, my dear, Mama.
So, you're the one. Tall, dark, and handsome. And I'm the one who's been needing you so. Why don't you come up and see me,
Oh, boy. Yeah, man. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that, I love you, so you're the one. Oh, boy. So you're the one. Yeah, man. So you're the one, my dear.
And here was, now when you go back up to the Mother Cabrini High School tomorrow, you'll be promoted, I bet you, June. Yeah? And here, ladies and gentlemen, here is Jimmy Wallington with a few words about, well, what are your words about, James?
Smoke watching, Fred.
Oh, no, not tonight, Jimmy. We covered smoke watching a few weeks ago. Don't you remember we had a professional smoke watcher here as our guest?
That's right.
The man whose job is watching power plant smokestacks for a living?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're smoked out, Jimmy. There's nothing more that can be said about watching smoke.
Oh, yes, there is, Fred. Because there's another kind of smoke watching that's just as important. That's watching the smoke of an automobile exhaust. You know, probably not one car owner in 100,000 has ever examined the inside of an automobile engine for signs of wear, but there's one telltale sign when it has taken place. The next time you see a car with a smoky exhaust, it's a likely sign of excessive engine wear. Then it's too late for anything but a costly repair job. Smoke means trouble. So before your car becomes a smoker, help safeguard your engine from these three sources of wear, of which smoke is a symptom. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. Change now to insulated Haviland, a motor oil designed to resist today's high engine temperatures, which can break down ordinary oils and hasten wear. Insulated Haviland flows freely, too, at low temperatures, helping vital parts avoid the raspy wear of cold weather starts. Insulated Haviland is also a distilled oil. The carbon-forming impurities are removed. Remember, your car was never designed to smoke. Change now to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. The Texaco Star Theater will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was Wise Old Owl. Mr. Goodman's mother is always hearing applause. I hope you'll overlook it. That was Wise Old Owl, the molting version, played by Mr. Al Goodman. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen?
Oh, yes, Portland. What is it? I'm terribly busy here.
There isn't any fire.
What?
There isn't any fire.
Well, thanks a lot. It's nice of you to rush in here when things are humming to tell us that there isn't any fire.
Well, I only wanted to prepare you.
Prepare me for what?
I just saw Kenny paying one of the actors to come in here and yell fire.
Why?
Well, remember the orangeade that Kenny tried to make last week?
Oh, you mean that tincture of sluice? He brewed with the 4 oranges and 150 gallons of water.
Uh-huh. Well, Kenny tasted
tasted it, and now he knows it's just water.
Well, what's his next move?
Kenny's going to try to sell it.
Sell it? Doesn't he realize that the city gives water away?
Kenny says sometimes you can sell water.
When?
When there's a fire.
Oh, so that's why.
Yes. He was hiring this actor to yell fire.
Hi, folks.
Well, of all people, hello, Kenny.
Kind of warm in here, isn't it?
I haven't noticed anything.
Smells kind of smoky.
Does it?
I thought maybe there was a fire.
If you're expecting a fire, don't forget I, Goodman, I'm also in the insurance business.
There is no fire, Mr. Goodman. I personally give you my word.
Fire.
Fire? Say, did you hear what that man said?
By the way, Mr. Goodman, how is your brother-in-law getting along?
But, Mr. Allen...
At present, my brother-in-law is suing the city for non-support.
For non-support? For non-support?
For 20 years, my brother-in-law is leaning against a building. Last week, the city is tearing it down.
Well, what is holding your brother-in-law up now?
He's just laying there.
Hey, for crying out loud, fellas, we can't stand around here like this. We gotta do something. We may be trapped by this fire.
What's fire?
Yes, what's on fire, Kenny?
I don't know, but I distinctly heard a man yell fire.
Oh, you're just hearing things, Kenny.
No, I'm not. Listen.
Fire.
See?
Oh, what do you know, Portland? There's a fire in the studio.
Shall I get some marshmallows before it goes out?
Well, are we going to put it out?
Let it burn. For 10 years, I've been waiting for my band to get hot.
If it does, the joint will be jumping with popping corn, I guarantee you.
With butter yet. It's delicious.
Oh, come on, gang. Let's all pitch in and put out the fire.
Well, we can't put out a fire without water, Kenny.
That's right. Water! Water! Who's got some water? Yell for water, F.A. Who's got some water?
Okay. Well, you're carrying on so well in two voices. You want me to yell too? Water, 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 water. Who's got some water?
I have.
Kenny, you have water?
Yes, I just happen to have some on hand. You can have it cheap, F.A. $3.
That's all I wanted to know. Now listen, Gunga Din. We know there isn't any fire in here, and we also know that you are stuck with 150 gallons of water you and your partner, Annalik, were trying to pass off as orange juice around here last week.
It's only 75 gallons, F.A.
Really? Well, where's the other 75?
Mr. Annalik and I split 50-50 when we dissolved our partnership.
And good riddance to Mr. Annalik and his 75 gallons of water.
Yeah, that Annalik was a sharper, all right.
Look who's talking. You also, Kenny, are no little Lord Fauntleroy.
Generous. He gives you 3 extra letters with every word. Now, Mr. Goodman is right, Kenny, besides being generous. You know, this comes of hanging around a man like Annalik. Here you are, find yourself down the way. You're trying to sell water, faking fires over the air. Do you want to be known as Orson Welles?
But I can't go through life with 75 gallons of water on my mind.
Why don't you spill it out, Kenny?
I can't afford it. I'm in too deep. I'm hooked for $3.
$3? Why, you got that water for nothing.
But it cost me $1 to pay half the moving charges for Mr. Annalik's 75 gallons.
All right, now that's $1.
And last night I found a leak in the tank.
And you had the hole in the tank patched?
No, I'm paying a guy $1 to keep his finger in it.
The little Dutch boy is working again after all these years. Well, I'm glad to hear it. But, Kenny, that only adds up to $2. Where is the other $1?
Fire.
There it is.
Well, I hope this teaches you a lesson, selling water. That H2O shop practice is for rascals like Annalik, not for you, Kenny.
Oh, I guess you're right, F.A. Gee, if I could get my $3 back, I'd reform.
All right. If it'll help you back on the straight and narrow path, I'm one to help you go straight. Here is your $3.
Thanks, F.A. I'll make that phone call right away.
A phone call?
Yeah, the guy might sell before I get him.
Sell what?
Cordy, show Mr. Allen that classified ad.
The one under business opportunities?
Yeah. Hello, operator. Get me circle 49970.
What does that ad say, Portland?
Party has job lot of World's Fair souvenirs. Fortune can be made. Owner doesn't want to sell, but might be persuaded by right party. Would like to test himself. Call Mr. McKeester, circle 49970.
World's Fair souvenirs?
Hurry, operator. You get that, Mr. Allen? Doesn't want to sell. Might be purchased by right party. Maybe I'm the right party.
Might be, I wouldn't be, you mean to persuade him? I wouldn't be surprised.
It must be a terrific deal if he's not anxious to sell. Hello, circle 49970. Is this you, Mr. McKeester? Well, look, Mr. McKeester, I'm Kenny Baker. I saw your... Yeah, I'll hold the wire.
Come in.
Who's Kenny Baker? I am.
Hang on, buddy. I'm McKeester.
What delayed you, McKeester?
Baker, the minute I heard your voice, I said, there's the right party.
Swell, I'm interested in those World Fair souvenirs, Mr. McKeester. I want to open a little business.
Say no more, chum. I ain't got no willpower. You can steal the whole stock of souvenirs for $1,500.
But I've only got $3.
It's a deal.
No kidding.
You sure drive a hard bargain, kid.
Oh, brother.
Just hand over the $3. Thank you. Well, here's your bill of sale.
Thanks. Oh, boy. I'm now in the World's Fair souvenir business.
But good.
Say, what kind of souvenirs are they?
From the Aquacade.
The Aquacade?
Yeah, the owner will send it right over. I'm just the agent. So long.
Hey, but who's the owner?
Fellow by the name of Elliott.
Elliott? Kenny, let me see that bill of sale.
Here. I wonder if that's the same Mr. Anlick I know. I wonder if I bought it.
He is, and you did, Kenny. Now, according to this bill of sale, your Aquacade souvenirs are 75 gallons of water. Now, I hope you're satisfied.
Well, what do you know?
Fire.
And for Pete's sake, tell that fat actor if he comes... If he comes in here again and yells fire, I'm putting him out. Oh, what now? Come in.
Where's the fire? Where's the fire?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor LaGuardia. It was all a mistake. There is no fire.
Oh, butterscotch.
Oh, I wish he had another flavor. And as a small figure with the fire chief helmet resting on its shoulder scurries down the fire escape, Mr. Goodman plays and Kenny sings, Believe Me If All Those Endearing Young Charms.
while beauty and youth are thine own, and thy cheeks unprofaned by a tear, that the fervent faith of a soul can be known, to which time will but make thee more dear. Oh, the heart that hast truly loved never forget, but has truly loved unto the close. As the sunflower turns on her god when he sets, the same look that she turned when he
Really very good. I must say, in fact, it was terrific, Kenny.
Oh, it was all right, I guess. If you like singing.
Well, don't you like singing, Kenny?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes a mood comes over me. I sit down with myself and I say, Baker, I say, Baker, why are you frittering away your tonsils in song? Are you going through life being nothing but a tenor?
Well, yes, Kenny, but what else could you be?
Oh, something big. Like an airplane pilot or a sea captain or an engineer or something.
Oh, Kenny, you've got me worried talking like that. Is there a psychiatrist in the audience?
Now, wait, Fred. Kenny doesn't need a psychiatrist.
You heard the way he's talking, Larry. Gosh, any minute now, the men in the white coats are going to come in here and throw a net over Kenneth.
Oh, no, Fred. You know, it's perfectly normal to have that desire to be the pilot at the controls of an airplane, the captain at the wheel of an ocean liner, or the engineer at the throttle of a locomotive. Because those jobs gratify the normal human wish to command power, tremendous, flexible power. Of course, we can't all be engineers or captains or pilots. Nevertheless, there's a way we all can come close to gratifying that desire.
Well, how is that, Larry?
We can do it in driving our cars, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, if the idea of commanding power appeals to you, tremendously flexible power that surges up when you want it, throttles down smoothly when you ease off, then try Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. For there's a real thrill, a real satisfaction in flying the highways on the wings of Sky Chief power. Power that lifts you up and over the steepest hill. Power that lets you slow down to a snail's pace in traffic, then zooms you ahead with a fast sprint when the way's clear. Yes, flying the highways is an experience. Try it with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now the Texaco Workshop players, ladies and gentlemen. This little group is currently rehearsing a sequel to Arsenic and Old Lace called Bismuth and New Embroidery. But tonight they drop their rehearsals to present another hillbilly court episode. It's called Mountain Justice, or the judge made a pass at the plaintiff's wife and later denied the motion. Open the court, bailiff.
Dry grooves and uncover His Honor, Judge Allen.
High roofs, cover and squat, everybody. Now, court's open. Order in the court. Who's smoking them bayberry leaves in court?
Ain't bayberry leaves, Judge. Smells like somebody's barbecuing an overshoe.
Something unsanitary is consorting with flame, clerk.
Jeepers, it's you, Judge.
Me, sakes and mighty.
The seat of your robe's on fire.
Well, I thought don't overcome me here. Seat of my robe on. Whoever give me that hot foot's no judge of distance. Now, order in the in the court, order in the court. Let me see. Get my bifocals set. My bifocals are slipping out. You see, sometimes I have to look through my glasses yonder into my bifocals. Let me see now. First case.
Mule Hatfield versus Hunk McCoy.
Hatfields and McCoys again, hey?
Yeah.
What's the charge this time?
Hunting without a license.
Mm-hmm. What was they hunting, Clark?
Each other.
Yeah. Feuding again, eh?
Yeah.
Mule Hatfield?
Here, Judge.
Hunk McCoy?
Here, Judge.
Now, who begun this feuding?
McCoy
Hatfield did.
Why, you ornery, take this.
Why, you low-living, take that! No.
Mule Hatfield? Hunk McCoy? Case dismissed. Case has been took to a higher court, I reckon, or maybe a lower court, depending on how the boys live. Now, let me see here. Next case here seems to be People of Cupcake County versus Brody Jeffers. And the charge is murder. Order in the court. Bolt the front door, Sheriff.
Okay, Judge.
Brody Jeffers. Charge says...
I know what I done, and I do what I done if it had to be done again.
Now, hold on. Wait till I charge you.
I know what I done.
And I know what you done. I got what you done right here and right.
I know what I done.
Quiet.
Nobody's got to tell me what I done.
Quiet now, or I'm trying you for contempt of court.
I'm done.
Yeah. About time. Now, charge says here that you, Brody Jeffers, killed unto the death your own brother-in-law, Lanky Tuttle. Now, you guilty or not guilty, Brophy?
I know what I done.
And you're done again. Now, stand down. First witness, Tupper Libby.
Wait till I mark my whittling, Judge, so I'll know where I left off.
What's your name, Tupper Libby?
Tupper Libby.
Nice going, Tupper. Now, I'll give you the $2 question. What is it you do which, from the looks of you, ain't quite making you living?
Well, I'm the hired man on Brody Jeffers' farm.
You reckon the defendant, Brody, yonder, is guilty?
Yes, sir, Judge. Lanky got just what was a-coming to him.
Well, clarify, Tupper.
Well, sir, Lanky called himself an inventor. He was always inventing, Judge.
Well, inventing ain't no grounds for murder, Tupper.
Lanky's inventing was, Judge. Lanky made a mess of everything. Plumb ruined Brody's farm.
Clarify, Tupper.
Well, sir, first it was the hens. Lanky invented a feed to make the hens lay bigger eggs. There was yeast in it.
Eggs get bigger, did they?
No. First the hens swelled up. Then they got so full of yeast they started laying eggs with dumplings for yolks.
Well, I'll be double dog day.
And then they started laying Parker House rolls with shells on top.
Well, grub my chub. I never heard of such goings on.
One morning, Brody found his 200 hens plumb dead in their nests. Under each hen was a loaf of bread.
Overdone it, eh?
Yeah.
What else did he invent, Tupper?
Well, sir, Lanky invented a divining rod for carrots, so as you could tell where the carrots was hid in the ground.
Divining rod for carrots?
Yeah. It was a hoe handle with a rabbit tied to the end.
Didn't work, eh?
Rabbits located the carrots, ate the whole crop before Lanky could shake them loose off of the hoe handle.
Well, ruin anything else, did he?
Yeah, Brody's horse died.
Of inventions?
Yeah, it was them green glasses that Lanky invented.
Green glasses to put onto a horse?
Yeah. Idea was the horse would eat shavings and kindling and save the price of grass.
Horse eat the shavings, did he?
Yeah, 2 weeks later, the horse broke out in knotholes and died.
From the draft, no doubt.
Yeah.
You was there when Brody come to kill Lanky, was you, Tupper?
No, I was sitting on the well fishing.
Fishing for what?
The cat fell in the well.
Fishing for cat, eh?
Yeah.
What was you using for bait?
Field mouse.
Yeah. What about the murder?
Well, I was sitting there jiggling my field mouse.
Yeah?
Brody come running through the field. He was white and shaking.
What'd he say?
Brody yells, I killed him. He ruined my flivver and chow, so I killed him.
Yeah? That's all you know, Tupper?
No, I know a lot of other things, Judge, but they ain't got nothing to do with the case.
Well, stand down, Pepper.
I know 2 and 2 is 4.
Stand down.
I know Washington crossed Delaware.
Stand down.
I know where you was last Saturday night.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Now you get. Next witness, and you get quick, too. You don't know where I was last Saturday night, because I hid your glasses before I went. Now, next witness, Mrs. Brody Jeffers.
Not composed, but present, Judge.
Now, says here you're related to both parties, Mrs. Jeffers.
I'm the murderer's wife and the murderee's sister, Judge.
Yeah, good for you. That explains why you're only half in mourning here, I see.
There you are.
Now, you, about your brother.
Lanky was an inventing genius, Judge.
According to the last witness, Tupper, Lanky ruined your husband's farm.
Well, he did have a run of bad luck.
Well, what induced the murder, Mrs. Jeffers?
'Twas Lanky's last invention, Judge. A milking machine he seen at the World's Fair.
Oh, that Rhodilactor doodad, was it?
Could be. Lanky took Brody's flivver and cow to invent a better milker.
You warn him, did you?
I says, you ruin that cow and flivver, Lanky Tuttle, and Brody'll give you what fur for keys.
What'd you say?
Lanky winked and said, they laughed at Spencer Tracy and Edison the man, don't forget.
Well, how'd he fit up this here milking machine?
Well, first off, Lanky cut the fingertips off a rubber glove.
Yeah.
Then he applied the glove fingers to the cow's spigot.
Yeah.
Then he tied one end of a raincoat sleeve to the wrist of the rubber glove.
Yeah.
And t'other end he tied to the flywheel on the Model T.
Aiming to induce suction, hey?
Yeah. When the flywheel started, the draft was to vacuum off the sleeve, setting the rubber glove to pulling on the cow. Then the milk was to flow from the cow down the sleeve into a pail starting under the flywheel.
Mighty slick invention.
It was, Judge, until Lanky stepped on the starter to start the milking, then tarnation busted loose.
Yeah? What happened?
Everything, Judge. The flywheel started whizzing, the rubber was catapulting the cow up against the radiator, the cow was pulling away and moaning like the lead singer in a touring choir.
Sakes almighty.
Bolts and nuts was flying, milk was squirting. Looked like the Milky Way had stripped its gears. Well, finally the rubber glove bust and I fainted.
When you come to?
I was laying in a pool of curds, Judge. Brody was standing over Lanky with a smoking gun.
Lanky had gone to the great patent office, eh?
His spirit'll keep inventing, Judge.
In the great beyond, you mean?
Some night when I look up and see the Big Dipper has been turned into a Dixie cup,
Yeah?
I'll know that Lanky is up there still inventing.
Well, stand down, Mrs. Jeffers.
Thank you, Judge.
You want us to help you down, you can make it all right. Happy creeping. Brody Jeffers.
I know what I done, and I'd do what I done if it had to be done again.
Now, hold on. I told you about what you done. What's your defense, Brody?
Well, sir, bit by mite, that there varmint ruined my farm, Judge.
Yeah.
Stock was gone, crops was gone, all with his inventions.
Well, how was you living, Brody?
There weren't nothing left to live on, only my cow and flivver. I was milking the cow and delivering the milk in the flivver.
When the Rhodilactor flew apart, you figured then you was out of business.
When I heard the ruckus and come running out of the pigsty, I was seeing red.
What'd you say?
Well, sir, I took my teeth out before I gnashed them bent.
Yeah.
I says, Lanky Tuttle, start inventing your prayers, I says.
Lanky come back, did he?
He says, your flivver ain't ruined, Brody. Try her out.
Was she did for?
Was she, Judge? Why, the radiator was full of milk.
Well, how'd you know?
Well, I stepped on the starter, a quart of grade A shot up the leg of my pants.
Yeah.
Turned the ignition, a pint of heavy cream zipped up my sleeve.
Yeah.
I blew the horn, a mess of butterballs rolled down the fender.
Yeah.
And then the car backfired and putted a pound of pot cheese 2 blocks down the road.
Now, couldn't you fix your car, Brody?
Everything was missing, Judge. Bolts was gone, nuts was gone.
Where was they?
I'll show you, Judge. Bring in Exhibit A, Sheriff.
Okie dokie, Brody.
There she stands, Judge. A bovine wreck.
Well, cow looks all right to me, Brody.
I tell you, she's a wreck, Judge. That cow's full of nuts, bolts, and rivets.
You mean?
Now, wait till I milk her, Judge. Listen.
a nightcap word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. America is spending billions to speed its great national defense program, to expand vital industries, to ensure the production of every essential to complete preparedness. And the leaders in every effort, Army, Navy, aviation, and manufacturing, have found the petroleum industry prepared to meet every emergency demand. Yes, ready without even straining its resources, production, capacity, or equipment. Every American can take patriotic pride in the facts that reveal how free American enterprise, working for peace, has equipped this vital industry for national defense.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.